Good morning to all our esteemed delegates and all the experts. I request our first speaker, Professor Dr. Hairul Hashim, sir, to kindly come on the video so that we can start our session for the day. So very good morning to all our esteemed resource persons of the day and all our delegates across the globe. We here today starts with the day 4 of the 8 days international conference on yoga, health, sports, fitness during this pandemic. Last 3 days, we have seen the wonderful interactions, wonderful talk, wonderful presentation by our resource person, and simultaneously, parallelly, our delegates has been putting questions, and it will go on beyond the time because of the interactions, which is highly appreciated during this pandemic. Today, the first speaker of the day, a very eminent Professor Dr. Hairul Anwar Hashim, Deputy Dean, Research Innovation, Industry Community Engagement, School of Health Sciences, University Science, Malaysia. He is such a prolific person that at this young age, he has become the Deputy Dean of School of Health Sciences, University Science, Malaysia. And to briefly introduce him to our esteemed delegates, Professor Dr. Hairul is a Deputy Dean of Research, Innovation, Industry, Community Engagement, and lecturer in Exercise and Sports Science Program, School of Health Sciences, University Science, Malaysia. He has a master's degree from Springfield College, USA, and a PhD from the University of Western Australia in sports and exercise psychology. His area of research interests includes the use of psycho-behavioral techniques in sports performance and health enhancement, particularly progressive muscle relaxation. He also has a deep interest in psychometric development and validation. Professor Dr. Hairul has published over 300 journal manuscripts, conference proceedings, books, book chapters, and newspaper columns. From 2014 to 2018, he wrote a weekly newspaper column in which he addresses issues related to emotional and mental health from various aspects, especially exercise and mental health. He successfully obtained 30 research grants, either as a principal investigator or a co-investigator. Professor Dr. Hairul is actively involved in National Coaching Certification Board as a curriculum board member. He also provides regular consultations for private and governmental agencies such as National Sports Council and State Sports Council and Sports Association, particularly in sports and exercise psychology. Besides academics, he is passionate about volleyball, which he is actively playing and coaching. And today, he is going to enrich us, speak on, and highlight the exercisal habit and emotional distress regulation among the adolescents. So, we are indeed privileged and highly honored to have you amongst us. And we wholeheartedly thank you for being one of the main pillar of our program who has crowned this program with many of the elite speakers. And we are indeed blessed to have you amongst us. And without further delay, I would like to enrich us with your valuable talks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Prof. Santanu, for a very kind introductions. Today, I'll be sharing my research findings in general, overview of what we did in our labs over the past 13, 14 years. One of my area of research that I'm interested in is to see the effects that exercise has on emotional distress. And over the years, we have observed some very interesting findings. Although I can tell you that exercise basically is good for emotional regulations, but there are some issues in order for us to achieve its effectiveness. So in this presentation, I will not be sharing technical aspects of the research. Rather, I'll be sharing the general findings that we observe and issue that we encounter during our research. I'll be sharing my presentation now. So this is basically the topics of the presentation. Oh, before that, thank you, the Prof. Santanu and organizer for inviting me to speak at this conference. This is day 4, if I'm not mistaken, and it's very successful conference. So congratulations to Prof. Santanu and teams. And okay, back to the presentation. So this is the title of the presentation: the roles of exercise habit in emotional distress regulations among adolescents. Very briefly, Prof. Santanu has introduced me very kindly and lengthy. I'm at the moment is Deputy Dean for Research Innovation as well as Industry Community Engagement in the School of Health Science, University of Science Malaysia. And I specialize in exercise and sports psychology. I'm a board of National Coaching Certification Schemes for sports psychology sections, which I've been involved for quite some time now. I'm also one of the instructor for Malaysian Coaching Certification, as well as the Malaysian Examination Board. Other than that, I also provide consultations to state as well as national level agencies, as well as for the university curriculum committee. All right. So this is straight to the topic. Basically, the issue of emotional distress is prevalent, especially during these 2 years of almost 2 years of pandemic. We saw some steep increase in emotional distress reported by quite various population or samples. From research, every 3 in 10 adults aged 16 and above have some sort of mental problems that account to at least to almost 30%, 29.2%. And the risk factor that contribute to these mental health problems include gender. If they are females, they tend to report higher levels of mental health problems. If they are younger adults, in Malaysia specifically, they are Bumi Putras, as well as those that comes from low-income families. And these factors are specific to Malaysian populations. And the prevalence of mental health problems among adults, unfortunately, have seen an increase from 2006 to 2015. And this is based on a Malaysian National Health Survey. From 10%, very steeply increased to 29%. And the prevalence of females was slightly higher. That's why it's one of the predictor, with 30% versus 27%. And this issue, this area is expected to be the second biggest health problems that will affect Malaysian populations after heart disease by actually last year. And it is, in fact, has become the one of the biggest health concern in Malaysian population. And among children, the overall prevalence of mental health is about 12%. And unfortunately, we saw also an increase in the level of prevalence. And the risk factors include boys, and if they are coming from younger age groups, as well as if they come from rural areas. And the factors that contribute to this issue include peer problems, includes behavioral and conduct problems, emotional problems such as anxiety and depressions, social skill issue, as well as hyperactivity. And all these putting together, if they are unregulated, if they are not addressed, it has the potentials to lead to even greater issue, to even the psychological mental health issues. And very briefly, we can see that mental health is a continuum from a very positive to a very negative, and in the middle to the severe levels that will affect the functions of individuals in their daily life functions. And these issues, problems related to stress, emotional distress, if they are not addressed, if they are unregulated, it will bring about even bigger issues to individuals. And of course, exercise is one of the strategy. About 2-3 weeks ago, I presented in one of the conference organized by Manaf Prashna International Institute on progressive muscle relaxations. So that's another area of research that I'm interested in. And of course, today is on the aspect of exercise. It contributes a lot to emotional distress, as well as individuals' psychological components and other components as well. So we can see that physically it will contribute to better health, better posture, better balance, stronger heart, and others. In terms of social contributions of exercise, it contributes to social integration, strengthen relationship between different ethnicity, increase family time, increase family bonding. In terms of emotional contribution or emotional effects, It will increase feeling of happiness, positive mood and affect, in which Dr. Adam will be sharing his research in later sessions. Increased feeling of self-worth, self-esteem, success, self-confidence, lowering tension, lowering anger, plenty of emotional benefits that we can get from exercise. And mentally, it will reduce depression, reduce anxiety, we can sleep better, increase cognitive functioning. So all these are coming from a research that have shown that if we do exercise at regular basis, these are the benefit that we will get. These are the benefit that we will get. And ideally, given all these benefits, then exercise should be habituated, should be engaged, should be people should exercise automatically because of all these benefits. So the direct effects, because it has so many benefits, then people should do. So that would be the ideal situation, and logically that should be the case. However, despite all these plenty of benefits, numerous benefits, we saw the prevalence of physical inactivity in adults as well as adolescents and children is very high. So to transfer this benefit is not a straightforward journey. Actually, it's very complicated. And this is one of the research area that myself and other exercise psychology, especially in motivation and exercise habits, are still trying to understand how can we habituate exercise? How can we promote exercise given the benefit that people can get from doing it? But truthfully, honestly, the relationship is not a direct relationship. It's very complicated. So there are a lot of things to be considered before one actually engage in exercise. So that's why the line connecting the exercise and all these benefits actually, going on the long routes and very complicated and complex. And this is the interactive maps taken from World Health Organizations. If you are interested to see different prevalence worldwide, you can visit their webs. So here we can see that Malaysia, in Southeast Asia regions, our prevalence of physical inactivity is one of the highest, meaning that our children and adolescents not engage sufficiently in physical activity. And you can see Indian prevalence as well there, color-coded, which I will be sharing a more recent study in the later slides. To zoom in to Malaysia, so the color is a dark brown that indicate more than 80% of prevalence of physical inactivity. And it's not fortunate that we are maybe in the second or third highest, because this is not something that we should be proud of. It's high prevalence of physical inactivity. And children behavior, children's pattern of behavior usually translated into adulthood. And among adults, the prevalence of physical inactivity among Malaysians populations Malaysians map, it's very high. If you see there, it's more than 50% color code relative to the region in Southeast Asia. And if we zoom in, that imply that the prevalence of physical inactivity is very high. It's very high. So this WHO survey is 2016-2015 survey, and a more recent data on adolescents' physical inactivity. This is coming from Lancet's publication very recently, last year, 2020. For Malaysians' perspective, it's about 86%. And as I said earlier, it's not the first, but it's not the lowest as well. So we are coming at maybe second and third highest prevalence of physical inactivity. And although the pattern is slightly decreased from 2000, not increased from previous one, but for boys is slightly decreased. Prevalence is still high, meaning that something needs to be done. And if we recall from the earlier slide, plenty of benefits from literature and research by different domains of individual, social, physical, and others. But still, the physical inactivity is very high. And presenting to, I'm sorry, it's not the line should Indian. That's I'm trying to highlight. Although it's slightly lower if we compare the prevalence to that of Malaysia, but over 50%, over 70% is still something that we need to address. Why? Because of the plenty of benefit that we can derive from habituating exercise. So when we are talking about exercise behavior, how can we understand what people do, why people do, or something in this case exercise? We can understand this behavior from theory of planned behavior. So this is one a very popular theory in exercise domain, especially psychology domain. The theory of planned behavior suggests that any behavior is actually coming from people's intentions to do that behavior. So the predictor of behavior is actually intention. So the higher the intentions, the higher the behavior. The stronger the intention, the stronger the likelihood that the behavior will be translated. And individuals' intentions is strengthened by three factors according to this TPB. One is attitude, their perspective towards exercise, favorable or unfavorable. Their subjective norms or social comparisons. They compare themselves relative to others with social supports and other aspects of social elements, as well as whether they see that they are capable of engaging in that behavior, perceived behavior of control. This includes self-efficacy, self-esteem, and the related constructs within this domain. So these three factors potentially strengthen intentions, potentially decrease the likelihood that people will exercise. Unfortunately, intention itself is not a very strong predictor of behavior. It's not a very strong predictor of behavior. We intend a lot of things, but we never do. We intend to do things that we don't do. We just have the intention. And research suggests that intentions to behavior translation only occur at about 20 to 50% of the time, meaning that half of the things that we intend to do, we don't do. Maybe one or two intentions that are translated into behavior. So the intentions to behavior translation only occur 20 to 50%, 40%, 50%. Different findings suggest different percentage, but the range is there, 20 to 40, 50%. Meaning that intention alone is not sufficient that people will engage. They know it is good, the benefits, they understand the benefits, they know what they can get from exercising, they have the intention, but it's not translated into behavior. Why? What happened? Because intention is a deliberate cognitive process, meaning that when we have the intentions, we will consider other factors before we actually engage. For example, exercise at 5:30 p.m. So before we actually exercise, if we have the intention, then we will consider other things that we think more important to do during that time. And with all this cognitive process, if exercise is not a priority, then it will come second or third, or maybe bottom in the list of the intention that we need to do. So considering this, and of course, every day we cannot have the intentions and thinking of whether to exercise or not. It should be habituated that at certain time of the day we do certain things, habituated, right? So intention is not actually a stronger predictor, but it explains behavior, and it also explains why people don't engage in the behavior. And the more ways to understand how people habituate exercise is using this framework. So this is exercise habit framework, originally proposed by SGen in 1991, but not in exercise domain, but had been adapted into exercise by Professor Bob Grove of University of Western Australia in 2003. And I've studied under Professor Grove and carry on the research for my PhD and up until now. So we have had some publications relative to this framework, and it helps us to understand why people do certain things besides intention. So according to this framework, habit can be strengthened. Habit can be strengthened by 4 factors: a stimulus cue, pattern actions, automaticity, and negative consequences, psychological consequences, if the habit is not done. Meaning that when they see a cue from the environment, for example, jogging shoes, for example, sport equipment, then it triggers the needs or the feelings to engage in the exercise. And if it is continuously or repeatedly, frequently done, it will become automaticity. It will become an automatic behavior. And it should follow a pattern action, meaning that a very specific time, sometimes a very specific place. So we need these pattern actions in order for us to habituate, to strengthen a certain habit. And once it is habituated, if we're not done, we will feel that something is missing for the day. Something is missing. What have I missed today? For those who avid exercisers, you will feel this. You know, if you don't exercise during the day, then at night you will feel something is missing because you missed your exercise sessions. So this can explain how habit can be strengthened. And of course, the frameworks that guide my research and other researchers, one of the framework is this distress and wellness framework. So for us to regulate stress, to manage stress, one of it is through adaptive physical approach, either using relaxation or using exercises, which will improve or which will contribute to a lot of benefits, including improved physical health and resistance to disease, as well as improving emotional, positive emotions. All right. Come to the timeline of research project that we have done. In 2009, we conducted a study on the relationship between exercise motivation and habit among secondary school students. This is a survey-based research in which we survey more or less 750 secondary school students. Then in the following year, we conducted a study on the relationship between academic stress and academic performance among secondary school students. In 2012, this is one of the vigorous studies that we have conducted. We survey and conduct interventions, relaxation as well as exercise among primary school students. Results was very good. We have some publication coming from these results, coming from this project. Then in 2014, we conducted a study to determine the exercise intensity and effective response of selected traditional games in children. So the main researcher for this project was Dr. Adam. He will be presenting later on. And the following year, we conducted a study on the determinations of physical activity motivations among secondary school students, but in northern area, northern part of Malaysia. And 2016, this is an experimental study. We conducted comparisons of aerobic exercise and meat consumptions to see its effects on cognitive, psychophysiological effects of these interventions. And more recently, we take exercise into classrooms because one of the reasons or excuse given, students don't have time. They are so tight with the schedule, with lessons. So we bring exercise into the classroom and introduce exercise while they are actually engaged in mathematics lessons. And we saw some good results from this, although there are areas that we need to address, adherence, students control and other things. And at the moment, we have not completed this. It's only starting and the pandemic has compromised the progress. Over the years, we see that in our research period, 3 months, 6 months, we usually see good results. If we talk about physical result, we see weight loss, we see improved psychological components. But after the exercise ends, it's coming back to the original. And we saw this from our 2016 study because we did 1 year longitudinal study. We follow a group of students when they are 16 years old and then visited them again when they were 17 years old. And we saw that our baseline measure no different between when we started, but when we completed the first phase, we saw good results. So it's all turned back to the way they were, to normal. So we think that the implicit attitude, unconscious motive, play a role in people prioritizing behaviors. So deconstructing cues associated with active and sedentary behaviors from the perspective of impulsive and reflective cognitive process. This is an ongoing project. And we have planned, but we see how it goes with the current project. We want to see attitude to exercise and intention implementations, as well as exploring factors contributing to the development of automaticity. So this is in the pipeline. And to share general findings from selected project. So this is coming from physical activity and its relationship, academic stress and academic performance among secondary school students, where we use a cross-sectional study design to examine the relationships involving about 750 secondary school students. The model that we hypothesize is that exercise habit strength, negative emotional distress will have a negative relationship with academic performance, meaning that to have a higher level of stress, your academic performance will be compromised. However, if your exercise habit is very strong, then this relationship will be mediated, meaning that it will buffer the effects of stress on academic performance. So this is the model that we tested coming from that sample. And the key findings is that higher levels of self-determinations is positively associated with habituated exercise behavior, and exercise habit strength will foster academic achievement and buffer the negative effects of emotional distress on student academic performance, meaning that we saw good results among those with higher exercise habit, in another study, this is in elementary school students, primary school students. The project was effects of physical activity and psychological relaxation, which was progressive muscle relaxation on selected parameters, both psychological, emotional distress, as well as short-term memory and sustained attention. So we actually compared exercise and relaxation technique, and the sample consisted of 165, and we did an 8 weeks interventions for this project. So what were the key findings from that worth citing? That the relationship between stress and memory was negative when the exercise habit was strong. So we saw a similar result as we saw in the previous project. Stress will affect cognitive function negatively for those who are not who have a low exercise behavior. But when it is higher, when the habit is strong, then the relationship is buffered, right? So the key finding, the second key finding, at weak habit strength, the relationship between stress and exercise was positive. So this is basically reinforced our previous projects that when people have a very high habit, exercise habit, it will help them to buffer this. And this is important. Academic importance is a main concern for school children and adolescents. And from this experimental project, cognitive, psychophysiological, and physical benefits of aerobic exercise and milk consumption among female secondary school students. So this is an experimental study involving 85. I love this project very much. It's a longitudinal project. We conducted this in 1 year. One cohort, we followed them 1 year when they were 16 and 17. And we saw some surprising findings as I shared just now. But the key findings from this first phase, that result revealed significantly less emotional distress in the combined, meaning that if they have sufficient proper nutrition as well as exercise, the parameters were all better than the rest of the group. But improvement in sustained attention in group receiving exercise compared to the control group. We saw exercise contribute to certain parameters, but not all. You can visit the technical papers, which I will share the link later on. From all the project, one with that I shared just now, and from other, we aggregate data to see how it contributes to emotional distress. So the aggregated analysis involved about 4,000 adolescents aged 10 to 16, and we use cluster analysis to analyze the data for these presentations. This is the pattern of physical activity. What we saw, a very steep decrease in physical activity when they turn from 13 to 14. So if we were to address, this is the crucial age in which physical activity is declining steeply. And actually literature support this pattern as well. This is what other researchers have also observed. When they were 13, 14, especially female, so this is the age that we need to provide a more enjoyable to facilitate exercise within this group, especially among females adolescents. As far as patterns is concerned, we saw that stress is higher in certain age group relative to others, also for depressions and anxiety. And unfortunately, we saw this emotional distress high among the younger age group as well as the higher. So you see the inverted U, the U-shaped pattern, the U-shaped pattern. And it's concerning. And this can be explained in several areas, particularly the academic loads and other things. Yeah. But when they have a slightly high exercise habit, as in the red bar, you can see that the patterns of emotional distress, stress, anxiety, and depressions were lower. So this is again reinforce our finding. So what is the take-home message? That the level of physical activity is decreasing across age groups, particularly steeps when they turn from primary to secondary. grades that reinforce in part of research suggesting the needs to focus on these specific age groups, 12, 13, 14. So the result also reinforced the need to encourage habituations of exercise behavior in early age, by providing opportunity that may encourage repetitions, thus strengthening automaticity. Encourage repetition in a very stable environment, meaning that if we want to habituate exercise, we cannot change from one venue to another when it is not, and change timing. Today is 5:30, tomorrow is 6, the next day is 3 p.m. So we need to be consistent in venues as well as time before the behavior is actually habituated. And providing cues and prompts, meaning that reminder to these groups will also help facilitate the exercise habit. And all in all, as these presentations trying to highlight the key message that exercises do provide buffer to emotional distress. But coming back to the early presentations, that how do we help people to habituate this component? And the presentation ends now, but my research question, there are more questions than answer that I can provide. If you are interested in the technical descriptions of the study that I have just shared, you can download that from these websites from my research kit. And if you like to pursue certain questions pertaining to the project that we have conducted, maybe cross-cultural comparison, we can do that. Send me a message on this website. And thanking all the funders, students, and who have made all the studies, one that I share and the one that I have not shared, possible. And to you all, thank you for listening. And those are my contact number and my email. If you'd like to shoot me a message or something. All right, thank you. Back to you, Professor. I think I've used my 40 minutes. Back to you.
Sir, you have to stop sharing screen. Request you to. Yes. We may request the participants to please put, if you have any questions, quick one or two. And as our sir has clearly mentioned, right, we will be picking up the questions. You have so many, and then we'll forward it to him so that he can answer, and later on we can post it to you. So request except for thank you, good and all, please post the question. We know that he is such an elite person and his talk is always overwhelming. So Lakshmi sir, do you want to ask any questions?
Rather, I have to compliment him, Professor. It's a wonderful presentation. And as you mentioned in your presentation, your findings are with the 12 to 14, 15 years school children are really in a critical case and they don't have atomicity. Similar findings also I found among our population. It is related to their health related fitness, particularly their aerobic capacity, the cardiorespiratory and metabolic function is sinking so pathetically. It is again the cause is simply inactivity. There is no engagement. So here I want to ask you, what are the cues you have used to motivate them to get onto the ground?
We try to use activities that are enjoyable. So we introduced one of our project was the introductions of traditional games, and in fact, at our ministry levels, traditional games is included in the national physical education curriculum that teacher use. Because at this age group, what is important is that we foster enjoyment and fun. They do like to exercise. But what we found is when they turn from a primary, no problems, very active. But when they are, the maturity for girls, when they start menstrual cycles and other things, so this, sweating and things like this become something that they don't appreciate. So providing activity, and at a formal level, in a curriculum, we do provide enjoyable activities. But as I said, supervised sessions is easy to see benefits, meaning that when we are supervising them to do the activity, they do. But when we don't supervise, that's when problems happen, they don't do. So all good things coming back to, so that's what the current project tried to understand. How are we going to facilitate this unconscious desire to exercise? Thank you, bro.
Great. Wish all the best. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
There is a question which will take it very fast. It has been found that most students of senior secondary school are inactive physically. How to improve as they are career concerned? Because most of us are career concerned without giving much importance to our physical health. As a result, now the modern kids are becoming physically inactive. That's
the key message from this presentation, actually prioritizing the exercise. For us, for many people, intention is actually we know it's beneficial and we intend to do, but we have other priorities. We have not finished work today, so we postpone the exercise session and other things, because that is a cognitive process that usually happen for intention. Today we have not finished the work, so we keep doing work, postpone the exercise. But to address that, we need to habituate. So that's what the framework of exercise habit trying to tell. And using cues, and then using the same time and the same venue for us to exercise, doing that repeatedly. So in the beginning, we have to force ourselves. But when it has been done repeatedly, it will turn to automaticity. So that's the next project, try to understand what are the factors that will contribute to this automaticity. Thank you for the question. It's very valid questions.
So the next question, from a physical instructor, Ganesh sir, some parents do not encourage their children to sports and ask them to put efforts in education as they think it's most important. How to deal with such parents as a coach or physical education director?
Thank you for the question, Ganesh sir. This is something that we observe in our community as well. Too much emphasis on the academic. So what we try to do is basically an education and awareness to the parents that if their kids engage in exercise, it's not only beneficial for the health, but also for their academic career, meaning that going into a good schools, going into university, getting good job. So this takes a policy. So at our ministry levels, both higher ministry and Ministry of Education, co-curriculum activities, fitness, sport is used for students to proceeds to the next levels, to a better schools, to they have scores for students who actually engage in this. But at our level, beyond the policy, is actually try to instill awareness that is physical activity, exercise, sports are not a time-wasting activity. Thank you for the questions. We see this in our community as well. Thanks.
The last question for the day, Siddhalinga Murthy. Murthy sir, what he has told us, while making physical education syllabus, psychology is required or not, sir? To include psychology in the sports education syllabus, is it mandatory or?
Applied psychology element, yes. Applied psychology element, yes. Examples, integrating activities that are fun, which we find from psychology literature. But to teach psychology, I don't think it's really necessary.
Okay, the last, no, we can't stop because there are so, your presentation was so good, volume of questions, but we'll take it as the last one from Brisilo Pereno. Nowadays, children is engaged in modern technologies and network games. How could we apply these techniques and these things to these students and children in recent situation that somehow they will engage physically? Can we make something which they will be not doing physically instead of sitting and doing it, or lying down and doing it, or sitting?
This is the issue that is in the literature as well. When they are being sedentary, playing video games, I don't have a direct answer on how to do this, but the technology developer actually develops games that require students to move. So probably encouraging them to use games that actually require them to move will help to address this issue. And that's the best answer I can give for this, because if we can solve this problem, is very good. But there are games now, virtual games and everything that students can move, and in fact it has been used in some classrooms, and we use Wii games in our research. My colleagues conducted research on Wii games to see whether enjoyment is increased compared to the conventional exercise, exercising with virtual games. It's an interesting line of research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm very happy and thrilled to have you here in this morning, whereas in the afternoon in your Malaysian time. We are so glad that you have addressed the talk and your entire research, what you are doing. And that's how you could speak to the point and to encourage us that exercisal habit, how to improve it, and why it is mandatory for us, and how we can overcome our sedentary lifestyle, which creates the lifestyle disorders like diabetes and sugar pressure and so many and so forth. And it's like a tip of an iceberg. Sugar, diabetes and blood pressure is tip of the iceberg. So usually earlier days, if we have seen our grandparents or our parents, they could withstand many pressure very readily. But nowadays, young kids are not able to withstand the pressure. They succumb to the either work pressure or emotional disturbance or anything else. So really, you have addressed a wonderful session, and we are very thankful to the Malaysia University Science Malaysia, and we thank you on behalf of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, MentorX, Hover Robotics, Research Foundation of India, Physical Education Foundation of India, Fit India, REBUP, Kira Bharati, Bangalore University, Mysore University, Vivekananda Yoga Education, and National University of Ukraine Physical Education Sports Ukraine, Universities of Erlangga Excellence with Morality Surabaya, East Java, Indonesia, Ministry of Youth and Sports of Republic of Indonesia, and IUBAT Dhaka, and University of Sharjah. We wholeheartedly thank you, and we wholeheartedly thank you from Seshadipram Group of Institutions, a 91-plus-year-old organization and look to have a collaboration with you in future for our tie-ups, exchange programs, and improving both the countries, the youth or the young kids for the betterment of the society and nation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Good day. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I now request our next speaker, who has been following us very closely from last, and we are thankful to you that you have made time, and your topic is very interesting. The topic which you have chosen is the conflict, and which usually every time we get into this. So let me introduce our most important resource person and other delegates and the participants, that what our Professor Suryanto sir is and what he loves to do.
Okay.
So Professor Suryanto, let me introduce you, sir. Professor Suryanto is from Department of Psychology, Faculty of Psychology from Universities Yerlanga Excellence with Morality. Employment, if we go, it's not presently he's a Dean of Faculty Psychology, Yerlanga University. He is a member of PAK team and a Dictee, accessor of LPDP, coordinator of education outside the main campus, then members of PAK team at Yerlanga University, head of psychology doctoral study program. Then he is a deputy dean, members of the faculty, assistant dean, secretary to social psychology. So from 92 till 2025, he has a very, very wide engagement. And he has done his doctorate or PhD from Universities Gajak, Mada, Yogyakarta, and that is in psychology. So throughout the study from 85 to 1990, he has done in psychology, BSc, and then he has done in master's in psychology and PhD in psychology. And his professional expertise is the chief of sports psychologist team in Java, Indonesia. And he is a chairman of the fit and proper test team of political party, as well as so many political directors, managers, and his curriculum is never ending. So such a wide curriculum and wide, his CV is, and we are in fact thankful that you got associated with us and has supporting us for organizing this beautiful program. And I request you to address our delegates on the most important topic, usually what we have seen nowadays, that is the social psychology of conflict in the workplace and sports. So over to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. How long I must speak, Professor Santanu?
You speak, sir. 40-45 minutes you can speak, no problems.
45 minutes. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. The information from Professor Santanu so good for me, and I'm so pleased because he is explained to us about my curriculum vitae. Thank you, Professor. Okay, let me share the presentation. Okay. Have you seen the presentation?
Yes. You have to go to the slideshow. Full screen it will come. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for audience. Today, I want to speak about social psychology and workplace and sports psychology and sport setting, I think. This is me. This is my campus, the symbol of my campus, Universitas Erlangga. And then I'm Dean of Faculty of Psychology Erlangga in Surabaya, East Java, Indonesia. Yeah. next, I think. This is my curriculum vitae. Mr. Santanu, Professor Santanu has read more and more, but this is, I think, related to the topic. This is my very close experience about sports psychology, I think, as a consultant in sports psychology since 1991, as a sports psychologist practitioner and chairman of sports psychology team and national sport committee of Indonesia in East Java province since 1993. I think nearly 30 years I work in sports psychology. Today, I am not telling about the research, but I will talking about my experience. I hope you will enjoy about the experience. Yeah. According to the topic, conflict in sport and work sport setting, I think we must overview what is social psychology. According to Gordon Allport, as a classic definition, sports psychology is a scientific attempt to understand and explain how the thought, feeling, and behavior of individuals are influenced by the actual, imagined, or implied presence of others. This definition means that social psychology will talking about thought, feeling, behavior, individual behavior. Yeah? When he influenced by actual or imagined implied presence of others. I think the definition of Allport very, very important to us because from this definition, we can define the object of study of social psychology, I think. Yeah. We will think about thought, feeling, and behavior of individual, I think, that influenced by others. Social psychologists investigate numerous topics in the research. Many of these subjects are related to social influence, social perception, and social interaction. Here, just a few of the major area interest in social psychology. I think this is every sport. I think we're also using social influence, using concept social perception and social interaction in sport too, and in workplace. I think. If we talk about conflict in workplace and sport, yeah, we must see the base of concept of group dynamic. I think, yeah, group dynamic. Group dynamic deals with the attitude and behavioral pattern of group. Group dynamic concerns how groups are formed, what is their structure, and which processes are followed in their functioning. Thus, it is concerned with the interaction of the force operating between good. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is basic information about how social psychology and then related to sport. Yeah. We know that sport always involves many people, yeah, from athlete, coach, sometimes sport organization, community, and other. So the left side like this, I think. Yeah, this is the topic: conflict and management sport from social psychology perspective, I think. Look at this one: sport as a social system. Yeah, we know that sport as a social system is a structure consisting of people, several roles in there. Yeah. Many roles in sport, for example, individual athletes usually interact with each other. Coach, for example, many sport organization, family, community, society, sport industry. This is many part of role in the family. When I heard about the question, how about the so many students afraid to parents afraid that their children not to train, I think I said the same like this. Yeah, individual athletes usually very influenced by their family, especially for young athletes. Yeah, And then sometimes also sport organization and club ini I think very important to make a good athlete. And the coach have the very important roles when to train the athlete. Also about community, sometimes you know community or culture have also important thing too. For example, an athlete for supporter need supporter. Supporter also have an important thing to support the sport, I think. And then society. The good achievement in sport usually also influenced by society. If the society have high level in economic, for example, they will usually use sport as the lifestyle. Yeah? But if the society in low level, for example, poor level, maybe the achievement of athlete is not good. And then the sport industry, I think, also important roles in supporting the development of sport. This is the interaction between coach and other roles in this system. Yeah? So, social psychology of sport. Yeah? Object study of social psychology, individual feeling, thinking, behavior, influenced by others. Yeah? From this sentence, I think we will see that athlete, if we use social psychology as a perspective when we seeing athlete, yeah, we will use feeling, thinking, and behavior. Yeah, that we will focus thing. Yeah, every athlete has feeling. Every athlete has thinking. Every athlete also has behavior that influenced by others. For example, yeah, sometimes in the morning when athlete in a bad feeling, yeah, I think they will that will affected to the training in the afternoon maybe. Yeah. Also about the thinking. Yeah. Sometimes if athlete have bad thing, yeah, bad perception to their coach, I think this is also not good for the training. Yeah. And then behavior, of course. Yeah. So if we conclude from this sentence, I think social psychology is very important here when we're talking about athlete. Yeah. Ladies, para professor, yeah, and audience here, I have experience. Yeah. In my team, usually we have a sports science team, and in the sports science we consist of biomechanic, yeah, and then doctor, yeah, and then trainer, physical trainer, yeah, and then we use psychologist, yeah, and then nutrition. Yeah. Both of us have a job, different job, but if we talking about one athlete, yeah, for example, premium athlete, we must know the identity, the problem of athlete every moment, yeah, every time. Yeah. We discuss about this. Yeah. And then we are so conscious that psychological usually important, very important, when the skill of athlete the same. Yeah. Why premium athlete? Usually not talking about physical, about how they train, about how their nutrition, because usually have a habit, good habit in maintaining their performance. But when they meet each other to other athlete, maybe when they take a game, they will use psychological mental toughness, I think. Yeah. So this is psychological problem is very important. Yeah. Many topic research and social psychology usually about social perception, social interaction, social influence, communication, coach leadership, team cohesion, motivation, and motivational clinic, audience effect, and morality. This picture is about my athlete. Yeah. This Lalu Muhammad Zohri is a sprinter. Yeah, very good sprinter. Yeah. If we talking about social perception, what is this mean? This is a topic if we use in sports psychology. Perception mean interpretation about others. If we are talking about social perception, it means that athlete will perception about their environment. Yeah? Maybe from their coach, from their manager, from their family, or their friend, and others, and so on and so on. Because this is, I think, perception sometimes not good perception, sometimes also bad perception. This is the problem, and very influence to the athlete. Yeah. The next topic is social interaction. Yeah. Every people in the team must interaction with each other. Yeah. Between individual athlete and manager, athlete and family, athlete and their coach, athlete and members of sport organization. I think this is social interaction, but not social interaction between athlete also flow could sometimes also have problem. Yeah? Because sometimes between athletes they must competition have competition each other to be the best. So from that one, this is the influence of the social interaction. For example, the third topic research is social influence. Social influence means every people in one group in one team sometimes giving influence to each other, from coach to their athlete, from coach to their measure, from coach to their psychologists, from athlete to family, from athlete to managers. I think social interaction also happen between of them. The fourth topic research is communication. Communication, I think, very important thing. That we must also search in the research. I think, because usually conflict, start from bad communication between them. So I think communication also good topic for from social psychology if we apply it to sports setting. And then coach leadership. Sometimes the coach very autocratic. Sometimes the coach very permissive. Sometimes the coach very laissez-faire. And the style of the coach it must have influence to their athlete, I think. So research about style of coach. Style of coach, I think better. It's good, also good for us. And then team cohesion. When team cohesion happen, when some people, when one group feel good for each other members. Team cohesion. Sometimes for the group sport, yeah, kinds of group sport, for example, football, yeah, hockey, etc., etc. Team question, I think, is the very important thing. The team must have, yeah, I think, yeah. The next topic is motivation and motivational climate. Yeah. We're talking about why the athlete, yeah, very eager to get their achievement. Yeah. Why member of sport organization comply to their organization? Why athlete very obedience to their athlete? This is many motivation that to be based on their behavior, yeah, behavior athlete. And then motivational climate. It is the situation with around the life of athlete, I think, yeah, motivational climate. So the next is audience effect, yeah, supporter, yeah, sometimes spectators, yeah, have very important thing when they support to the team, to their team. In our region, usually in football, so many conflicts, so many so many conflict, yeah, between sport one club to other clubs, yeah, with supporter from one club to other club. This is very very big problem in our country about the supporter of sport spectators, I think. And the last is about morality. Sometimes, yeah, uh, morality athlete is very important, because from morality athlete have pride, yeah, have self-esteem about him, about them, about their country, about their people. They must eager to success. Yeah, I think the morality is very good too. Yeah, there is many problem. I think if the topic in implemented to the sport, I think we also can implement very good, I think. Okay. Social psychology and sport conflict and workplace. Yeah. Naturally, sport is a competition, not a cooperation. Yeah, you know, because winner just one, not double winner. Yeah, but naturally, because of the competition, so athlete or their supporter usually compete, yeah, each other how to be a winner in this sport. But sometimes also, is sport preventing or promoting aggression? Is that the problem? Yeah. Sometimes many theories, yeah, usually from psychoanalytic people, sport can preventing the aggression. Why? Because sport can be a channel, yeah, to release their I mean their energy, very energy. Yeah. Traditionally, sport have been seen as a constructive way to release anger and tension. This is the answer. Causing a release of endorphin, sport acts as a natural mood enhancer, which affect our interaction with people everyday life. Is that true? I don't know. Yeah, I think people that join this meeting, this conference, will give the answer. Yeah? Sometimes also, is sport promoting aggression? If we look at the natural concept, I think sport is a competition. So this is as a stimulate aggression, I think. Yeah. Some accuse sport can do the opposite, encouraging the development of aggressive trait, a domineering attitude, and bullying on and off the field. Yeah. So natural meaning and traditional. Yeah, I think this can be a piece of conflict in sport conflict and workplace. I think. Why sport conflict happen in sport? Yeah, causes behind the sport conflict in sport. Yeah. First, inability a group member to perform tasks that have been assigned. Yeah. Every team usually have assigned to be a winner. Is that right? Yeah. But when the group of members of the team can perform the task, usually they untrust each other. Yeah? When they untrust each other, they rise prejudice to each other. The prejudice usually to stimulate any guilty feeling, and then so to be a conflict. Yeah. So the next causes, dissatisfaction with the distribution of the task. Yeah. Usually an organization, a sport organization, usually in a sport team, every position in a sport organization usually have a task, and then they're from based on their role. But sometimes people are not satisfied about the distribution, not just the task, I think, but also the distribution of the money. Yeah. So when people dissatisfaction about the money, about the reward, the bonus in Indonesia, they also will be dissatisfaction. Yeah. The third causes is perception and misunderstanding. Yeah. Communication is very important from this concept. If we have a misperception or misunderstanding about the problem, sometimes this will be a source of problem. Yeah? When we communicate, when people communicate to other, for example, from the managers to the athlete, from the coach to the athlete, from the coach to the managers. If the communication is good, is not good, and sometimes if misperception about something, I think it's also to be a start of conflict. Yeah. The fourth, lack of open and honest communication. Yeah. Sometimes people very close to their information, very close to their personal, maybe personal thing. Yeah. So if usually sport is not individual, just individual, but also team. Yeah. If between members of the team not open, not honest each other, I think that is to be a problem for the next social interaction. And then from this interaction will influence the rise of conflict too. Fifth is difficult interpersonal relationship. Yeah. Not all athletes have good interpersonal relationship. This is the fact that why someone, maybe one athlete can be a captain of the team, but why the other cannot? That is the problem, I think. Difficult interpersonal relationship is one of the characteristics why they come to be a captain team. Because the captain team usually must communicate to each other, must communicate between athlete to the manager, to the maybe mass media, to the coach, I think. So difficult interpersonal relationship, that means also can the effect to conflict, I think. The next is a climate of mistrust between people. Trust is very important to build cohesiveness. If the climate of the team mistrust, that is the start, the rise of conflict. I think. Next is aggression, fear of letting others assert. Sometimes aggression, if people, aggression here means that people wants to not make others injured. That is the start to be also conflict. Tackling in football, tackling, maybe kicking, in a game. Sometimes harassing, sometimes also bullying. There is many kinds of aggression. This to be a conflict. The last is competition. As I have said before, competition usually have a result winner. When winner, not usually not double winner, it's not double winner. You say just one. So when one team or one athlete wants to be a winner, they must defeat other athlete. They must also make other athlete not good performance, etc. I think that is the cause behind the sport conflict in I think. Okay, next type of conflict. This is I think the type of conflict from many books. I think first is latent and manifest conflict. Usually in I think when people does not brave to express the conflict, usually they do latent conflict. At the opposite, the manifest conflict, when people can disclose their briefness to other, this is a start to be manifest conflict. Sometimes latent not observed, cannot be observed, but manifest can be observed by others. So according to the perpetrator, conflict also happen in intrapersonal conflict. This means that conflict happen in one people, one athlete, one coach. So I mean, I mean as intrapersonal. And according to Lewin, when people face on two problems with at the same time, what will you choose? Those sometimes approach, avoidance, and avoided. So the next conflict, type of conflict is interpersonal conflict. Interpersonal conflict happen between people, between the role in team, I think, and then the intergroup conflict. This means that the conflict consists of many people in one organization or in one community that conflict to other community, that conflict to other organization. Usually in sport organization also have competitor with the same organization. That is the start the start of the conflict. I think. Okay, this is the type of conflict. Type conflict in sport. This is according to my observation. I can see many conflict here between athlete with athlete. Conflict between athlete and athlete happen not in the just in the field, but also in the match. When they not training. So many sources about the combat between athletes. For example, they compete compete when to want to be the team, yeah, when to the team. Yeah? Sometimes, yeah, conflict athlete with athlete also happen when they want to get a boyfriend or girlfriend. That is the real, that is, yeah. Sometimes athlete to athlete also compete about the lifestyle, their lifestyle. Yeah? If one using very good custom, the other guilty to want to use the same, sometimes higher custom. Yeah? Okay, the next is athlete with coach. Yeah? This is very critical moment in sport team, I think. If athletes have conflict with coach, this is not sometimes not easy. Yeah? Why athletes have conflict with coach? Yeah? Sometimes when the coach gives the loading of training, yeah, maybe this is make not used to athlete, yeah, especially for the amateur athlete, yeah. But sometimes also coach also give have bad communication to have communication to their athlete, also to be a conflict, I think. Yeah. For example, yeah, when coach like one athlete but dislike to other athlete, this is the start to be the problem of conflict too, I think. Yeah. The next conflict is athlete with family. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, the family, yeah, usually from family athlete, yeah, when in this family, the family as a, I mean, want to their son, their doctor to be athlete. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, the family very hard, yeah, to send their children to the training. Yeah. But the athlete is not didn't like to the game. I think they didn't look at the sport. From this one, I think this is a problem why conflict happen there. Yeah. Sometimes conflict between coach. Yeah. One team anger with other team coach. Yeah. Sometimes it is a problem when they have they had a press conference. Yeah. They're telling the bad about other team. Yeah? That is because the cyber, so between the coach, usually conflict via media, mass media. Yeah? And then coach between coach. Any other athlete with sport organization. When athlete they're not completed their need, yeah, for example, weights, yeah, and then facility. Yeah. Sometimes athletes also conflict with their sport organization. If the sport organization is poor, not have much money, that is the start of the problem conflict. Yeah, because we see in Indonesia, not all sport organization very rich in their money. Yeah. So that is why sometimes athletes cannot be fulfilling their need. Yeah? Yeah. So the sixth, yeah, conflict is coach and sport organization. Yeah? Coach sometimes ask many facility when he wants to be their team winner. but the sport organization have no money. Yeah, this is real. Yeah, sometimes the coach use the facility, not control. Yeah. Yeah. So the sport organization have not trust to the coach. That is the start of the conflict. Yeah. The last type of conflict is between sport organization. I don't know why people in our country usually very hard, yeah, to be a manager, to be a leader in one sport organization. I don't know why, but when he not enter, not to be a member of one sport organization, sometimes we making new sport organization with the same sport. This is why sometimes both of the sport organization rise conflict between them. I think this is the type of conflict in sport. Type of conflict, to the type of conflict according to intensity. First conflict is discomfort. Usually, this is the leveling of conflict, I think. Discomfort, it's mean the intuitive feeling that something is wrong, even if you cannot see that. So people, athlete, coach, when can brief to speak to others, cannot disclose about something to others. Usually, they have not feeling bad feeling, I think. So the second level is incident. An indication of your state of discomfort is out of control. Sometimes incident is mean, for example, anger, using bad words, very anger. For example, using all kind of bad concept, bad animal, all kind of animal, all kind of animal, in the zoo. For example, dog, for example, cat, for example, crocodile. That is the indication of the state of discomfort. The next level is tension. As a kind of generalized inner conflict, it is a huge accumulation and drag force and fixed opinion. It's kind of conflict with the greatest psychic energy. Tension usually make stress. If the athlete stress, usually cannot work, cannot perform very good. From this tension, sometimes people have bad interaction between others, people with the source of the tension. So if the social interaction in the team not good, I think this is the start of the team will fall from their achievement. The last type is crisis. Takes various form from do symbolic aggression, swearing, using super language, fighting, scandal, and etc. To physical aggression, hitting, beating, maltreatment, etc. Violence is undoubtedly a sign of crisis. Violence. As argument hits and people act only according to their present feeling. In this case, the entire accumulated negative energy is released. So this is the fourth level from discomfort, incident, tension, and crisis. We are looking for the type of conflict according to their intensity. Now, what is the effect of conflict? First, a negative outcome of conflict. Usually, people feel defeat or demoralized, anxious, stressed, and inadequate. A distrustful or suspicious environment is created. This is the bad effect, the negative effect. Sometimes communication can be disrupted, leading to a lack of cooperation and information not being conveyed. This is the next impact of negative impact of conflict. This is a very dangerous. Poor work and team relationship develop. This is, we must avoid this problem, I think. Poor work and team relationship develop, and the team relationship. The last is there is a decline in productivity, not productive team. This is the outcome or impact of conflict. Next is positive. Besides the negative impact, sometimes conflict also have a positive. Increase motivation and creativity. New ideas as people look for new approaches. When we have a problem, a conflict, and compete with others, sometimes we also motivate to be better than others. This is increased motivation and creativity. The second positive impact is leads to clarification of issues and ideas. Because they have tension, sometimes crisis. Every people in the group must give clarification. After the clarification is given to the people in the conflict, I think this can be start of new good communication. Third is encourage team performance and cohesion. When we face the conflict, I think team performance also rise, develop, because they have aware that people in conflict is not good for their productivity. Though they must aware to that must cohesion in the team. The next is develop tolerance. Sometimes people have very intolerant behavior, but when he see other people that not good to these people, this develop feeling of tolerance each other. The next, increased trust can be developed within relationship. When we have a conflict, tension, distrust, the way to solve the conflict is the relation. They must building trust each other. Next, assist the evolution of existing system and process, and then increases productivity and the sense of achievement. I think it's like that. Okay, so last but not least, managing conflict in sport. Managing conflict is about attempting to find the most positive outcome for both parties. Both parties mean people that they have a conflict. So positive outcome. The key is learning to manage our emotion. This is conflict between people, between individuals. Athlete for the third athlete, between athlete and coach, athlete their family. So first is manage our emotion, because usually emotion is the first sign when we start the conflict. So this emotion do not cloud our judgment or make us do something we regret. First training, first try to manage the conflict is make the emotion slowly. The second is learning to identify your trigger. Sometimes conflict, what is the trigger? Stimulation, I think. Small problem, small thing. The thing, the small thing sometimes also make a big conflict. Those things or event which lead to a certain feeling, emotion. When competed in a boyfriend or girlfriend, that is also, it must lead a certain feeling. And catch hold on your behavior in the heat of the moment. That is the thing. It's a vital constructive conflict resolution. Catch hold your behavior in the heat of the moment. When you start the conflict, you must stop. You must catch your behavior. So not rise to be a conflict. The third is teaching your athlete to manage their emotion, also become a vital part of the coach role. I think. The last is advocacy by professional. I think this is the role of sports psychologists. I think very important here, because in our experience, when we find many problem, psychological problem for athlete, this problem also we have the source from their perception to other people, to other team, to other athlete, to other coach, etc., etc. For example, when athletes have conflict with their manager or their coach, so mediation very important here. But when both of them not communicate each other, that is the problem. That is the problem. So this is need why advocacy by professional is needed here to solve the conflict. I think the problem is like that. If the conflict between coach and athlete happen, formulate its individual need and try to meet them. Try to be objective and dissociate the problem from the people. Focus on fairness, not power. Sometimes, coach using their power to force their athlete. So the athlete to be to get fear. When fear, they can train very maximal. The fourth is look for creative and indigenous solution. I think look for creative and indigenous solution. When we got win-win solution, I think very good. For creative solution, I think. The fifth is be hard on the problem, but gentle with the people. It's mean that if we find conflict, we must solve the problem. Not we cannot evaluate the people, but just the problem. We must different between people and their problem. But usually people in our country can different between people and their role and their feeling, etc., etc. The last, to avoid the outbreak of conflict, it is necessary to adapt the communication between coach and the players at certain period of training and more also in official matches. I think my presentation is enough. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
There is a question from Sundaraj, sir, who is our next speaker. Sports is to unite the community, irrespective of caste, color, and religion. But the present day sports is giving towards conflict. How to overcome this trend? Sports is a unifier, but present day sports is leading to different kind of conflict. How to overcome this?
Okay, pardon. Sorry, Professor. Sorry, Professor. sorry, Professor. Okay.
Sports is to unite, jointly celebrate.
Okay, yes, that's
But
right.
current sports, nowadays sports is creating conflict, competition, too high competition, conflict between, no, like one player with the other. How to overcome this trend?
Yeah, thank you. Usually, when we compare sport, usually compete within to be a winner, and the sport usually usually use pride, usually use self-esteem, usually also use social identity. When people defeat by other, so this make under or lower their price, their self-esteem. That is the way the sport to be a conflict. Yeah, I think the answer like that, Professor.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, competition and leadership. Yeah. Okay, next.
Then the question from Dr. Lakshmi, sir.
Yes.
Professor Suryanto, selamat siang.
Selamat siang juga. Oh, very good.
Thanks for nice presentation. In your opinion, to keep up the sportsman spirit, what motivational climate is advisable? Motivational climate.
Okay.
Which can go conflict free, either award, reward, hall of fame, titles, monetary benefits, everything should be kept aside. How to go ahead? Motivation.
Okay. Usually, yeah, athlete want to be athlete, yeah. Usually they have a hope, yeah, expectation, yeah. Usually he want to be a rich people, yeah. He wants to get more money, get good position, yeah. If, yeah, this is they can get what is their expectation. Sometimes they will not good, not bad, not good their performance. Why this is happen? Because motivational climate happen. The situation in organization, in the club, in their family not support this expectation. Sometimes also happen when people got more money. The athlete got more money, but the athlete not big money. This is the also to be motivational climate also. Yeah. For example, yeah, I have find when player he join in a club and they get big incentive. Yeah, they think they don't want to go national team because national team not good incentive. For example, like that. Then this case is happen in our village, our club, I think, like that. So the athlete choose the club and then the national team because of the reward. Yeah. Reward, incentive, etc. is situational climate, I think. Motivational climate. Is that, I think. Okay.
And there is a last question before we go with Adam sir because of the technical issue. He got network connectivity. There is a question from my fellow athletics. What do you think about athletes' development in region provinces when they represent their country in multi-events such as Asian Games? Is it possible that they have conflict about their belongingness, country or province?
Oh, between province, yeah.
Yes.
I think usually people in our province conflict happen when they want to be the team. I think this is the first motivation when people want to be. I think to be member of the team, because sometimes every moment, every 6 months or 3 months, the player, the trainer, and the coach, usually, I mean, give evaluation to the performance of the athlete. For example, this June and then next September and next December, evaluation. From this evaluation, the trainer, the coach usually also give impact to their degradasi. If the degradasi athlete, it means they are not to be a member of the team. That is why between athletes sometimes conflict each other, like that, I think.
So thank you, sir. Thank you wholeheartedly for your wonderful, and there are a lot of questions, but because of the shortage of time, we'll forward you the questions so that we can have a nice interaction, and we'll get back to the delegates. Thank you so much wholeheartedly for your kind acceptance and delivering this that conflict talk. We are thankful to you and grateful to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. We thank you on behalf of all the organizers and coordinators and collaborators and our Seshadipuram Educational Trust and Seshadipuram group of institutions. We wholeheartedly thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Now I request our next speaker, who is Dr. Adam Abdul Malik, who is an exercise and sports science program trainer, coach for School of Health Sciences, University Science, Malaysia. And he will be speaking on the perceptual response to high intensity interval exercise. Does the feelings matter? Yes. So he has done his BSc Health Science, Exercise and Sports Medicine, MSc in Sports Science, and PhD in Sports and Health Sciences. His specialization is sports and exercise psychophysiology, sports and exercise training, and his research interest effects of high intensity interval training, HIIT, on psychophysiology, roles of training load in the exercise setting, and exercise behavior in young and adult people. And his available postgraduate research topics are effects of HIIT on perceptual responses, effects of HIIT with the different protocols on training load, perceptual responses and cortisol levels, and the use of effect responses for exercise intensity regulations. Sir, it's over to you. Please enlighten, enrich us with this topic. Your audio, please unmute, sir.
All right. Yes. Can you hear me nicely?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Santanu, for your introductions. I feel very tiny actually, because the introduction is not very interesting, because I consider as newbie here as academicians. So this is my second year career as academicians. So basically, I hope that my connection is good, because sometimes I don't know, it's quite heavy by using Zooms. But please, if there is any problem, please let me know, okay, Prof. Santanu? Because sometimes, we know this is the limitations that we have because of working from home. That's why. All right. Okay. So basically for today, I'm going to share with all you guys about as a title, perceptual responses to high intensity interval exercise. Does feeling matter? Okay. I will share my slide presentation first. All right. Okay. Can you see my title? My slide?
Double click. Okay, it will be coming. Maybe. Yes.
All right. Okay. I'm so sorry if there is a technical problems. I don't know why it's today because maybe too heavy for my computers, but it's okay. So, okay, basically today I'm going to talk about the perceptual responses to high intensity interval exercise.
Sir, go for the slideshow, sir. Go for the slideshow. Yeah.
So basically, wait, because I'm using two, what do you call, the two CPU. That's why they look like a two.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. But everyone can see, isn't it? You can see it very clear, isn't it? You can see
the matter is little smaller.
Okay. Wait.
If you can, or we can continue with.
Wait. Wait.
Slideshow. Yes. Now you go for the slideshow. Down there is an icon.
Can you see it now?
No, it has gone. Let me see. Yeah, it has come now. Wonderful.
All right. Thank you. Sorry for that.
No. It's absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Santanu, sir. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Prof. Santanu, sir, for these invitations and also invite me to these great sessions along with the very great expertise. So for today, basically, as I mentioned, today I'm not planning to share all my studies. So basically, this is only a selective study that I've showed today based on the topics, only the relevant one. Okay, so basically based on the topic, perceptual responses to high intensity interval exercise. Does feeling matter? So the title itself look like a love story, isn't it? So does feeling matter? Okay, I think this is not wrong to say that it's not wrong to have a love feelings to your activity like physical activity, exercise. So basically, in a simply way or simply explanation. So basically, my topic today is basically just to share with you guys about the effective responses, which is can be defined as feelings of pleasure or displeasure during exercise. So this is based on the hedonic theory of motivation. So basically, based on this theory, people tend to do what they like and try to avoid any activity that they don't like. So for example, people love to go for fishing. Why they really like go to fishing? Because maybe the activity itself, the engagement with the activity, because they feel very pleasurable, enjoyable. So that's why they love to do it. So they will engage with that kind of activity and maintain in the future. Okay. And also why people also love to go to window shopping, for example, even though they're not buying anything, because they feel pleasure. Okay, they enjoy the enjoyable session of that, doing that makes them feel they want to do it repeatedly from one time to one time. So this is what I'm trying to say basically. So I'm trying to look this angle in terms of exercise. Okay, meaning that this is very impactful in terms of whether the feelings influence the people's engagement, adherence to exercise. Okay. All right. So this is basically my short CV. So basically, I've just finished my PhD last 2 years in University of Exeter. So basically, I'm quite lucky because I'm completed my PhD study just before the COVID-19 comes in. So I'm quite fortunate. Okay, so basically I'm not a purely exercise psychology. So basically this is my specializations. I'm also working with the sport and exercise training, and so one of my area is psychophysiology area. Okay, so basically my research interest is of course the high intensity interval trainings on psychophysiology, and also I also love to see any roles of training loads in exercise training, and also I also love to see any exercise behavior in young and adult people. As for today, even though in my title I'm not mentioned about children and adolescents, but basically most of my evidence, okay, most of my evidence I'm report in a group of children and adolescents, because this is my PhD study. Most of my PhD study I've conducted in this cohort lah, children and adolescents. Okay. So before we go further into these topics and these discussions, this is my contents. So I will share with all of you the overview of this topic, okay, the directions of these topics, and also I will share with the selective papers that have been conducted during my PhD studies, the finding related to perceptual responses to high intensity exercise, mainly in children and adolescents. But basically, the pattern or the pattern of the finding is not much difference between adults and what we call the children and adolescents. Okay, and also I will also give some take-home message, and also I will share the future direction of my study. So basically, this is the directions of today sessions. Okay. So again, before we start, I think this is my responsibility to give some definitions of the terms that I'm going to use in these presentations. So perceptual responses, basically I'm referring to the affective responses, perceived exertions, and also enjoyment. So basically affective responses can be defined as the feelings of pleasure and displeasure, or like or dislike. Okay. So basically, this is not limited to the mood or emotions. Okay, this is just a basic feelings or the pleasure or displeasure. Okay, because sometimes you don't need to have a certain reasons to feel like or dislike to certain things. Okay, this is affective responses in this context of research. Okay, and then of course the perceived exertions, how hard you feel like your body. Okay, during the exercise, and also the enjoyment. Okay. Okay, positive states that occurs when a person engaged in activity that satisfies a desire, goal, or needs. Okay, but it's not limited for pleasure only. Okay, when we compare with enjoyment, affective response, enjoyment, we need the cognitive processing. We need some things to stimulate the processing. Unlike affective responses, it's just a basic simple. Like I mentioned, it's not necessary you have a specific reasons to feel pleasure or displeasure. Okay. So across this presentation, I will repeatedly use this kind of what we call the terms. Okay. Okay. I would like to what we call highlight the very prominent, impactful landmark made by Jeremy Morris. Okay. So I think this is not what we call a new thing for us as an exercise scientists, exercise psychologists, physiologists. Physical inactivity. Okay, the prevalence of physical inactivity. Okay. So basically, Jeremy Morris, by his landmark, he said that physical activity or exercise as today best buy in public health, but a very tough sales. Okay, yes, we know that exercise is very benefit in terms of gain when we want to gain a multiple health benefits, well-being, in terms of mental health. But again, the how to promote the exercise is very tough, because not everyone like to have this kind of activity. Okay, we know that the role of physical activity or exercise to promote multiple health benefits is well established in various populations, from kids to the adults to older adults. We know. Okay, there's no doubt about this. Okay. However, unfortunately, majority of people across populations do not meet minimum levels of physical activity. Of course, for the adults, we have 150 minutes, a minimum of 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise. But majority of people do not achieve these kind of levels. Same with the children and adolescents. Okay. what you call, this is the alarming situation because lack of physical activity is associated with various chronic diseases. This is the what you call the burdens that we have to face because it's okay to not do any physical activity, but you will face the consequence, okay, which is the chronic disease, okay. It will develop the chronic disease, which is chronic physical inactivity considered as a major risk factor for many diseases, okay. Okay, so basically this figure, I think Prof. Fairul in the previous session already shared these figures. I'm not explain more about this figure. So basically, as we can see, based on this figure, we know that every country has this problem, the prevalence of insufficient physical activity in men. Okay, this is the problems not faced by a specific country, but globally, okay? In Malaysia, if you can see here, in India, in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, everyone faced similar problems, okay? So this is not a new thing, as I mentioned just now, this is not new thing for us. So that's why, since that, many researchers try to make an effort to make sure that everyone have a very effective activity. They try to encourage people to exercise. So I mentioned promoting the exercise, but this is not an easy task for us as an exercise scientist to ask people to exercise. If they don't think so, this is the very benefit for him. Even though they know that the exercise is very benefit to them, but still they do not want to do this kind of activity. Okay, if you can look for the past even 50, 60 years past, every researchers try to come out with a different kind of angles. Okay, they try to investigate the modes of exercise, whether these modes can produce a health benefit, the duration, the frequency. Okay, when we cluster this kind of element of exercise, we can cluster this as a, for example, researcher who looking at the structure of the exercise to make sure that the exercise that they are doing have a benefit in terms of health and well-being, because we know that we have a certain thresholds in terms of intensity, frequency, the durations. There are specific kind of points to make sure that you gain a specific health benefits. Okay, because if you not doing a right activity, okay, low, or maybe you underestimate or overestimate the durations, the intensity, the frequency, you will not gain any health benefits. So this is very important. But as we can see, people try to try to not focus on the importance of exercise adherence or motivation, exercise psychology. Okay, they try to promote the exercise in terms of this exercise is very good in terms of health. Okay, it improves, it lowers. If you do this kind of activity, you will lose fat. You will improve in terms of your blood insulin. But again, there's a lot. There's lack of interest whether that kind of activity can make people want to do it. Okay, if you promote something that people don't like, is not meaningful at all. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to integrate these both elements into my studies to make sure that any kind of protocols that I deliver or I share with others is meaningful in terms of health benefits and exercise adherence. Okay, for example, the exercise setting, school-based, environmental temperature, outdoor versus indoor, and motivation. We know what is the barrier, we know what's the determinants of the exercise. Okay, so motivation, usually they use multiple theory. For example, the social cognitive models, okay, the self-determination theory, the self-efficacy, social cognitive theory. But for my study, the angle a bit different because I'm looking at the different kind of feelings, okay, the affective phenomena. We look at the fear, affective responses, the emotions, the moods, okay? Right. All right, okay. Okay, we know that the high intensity now becoming more interesting in terms of how people rate this kind of activity as the highest lifestyle trends, fitness trends. Okay, if you can see here from SCSM 2021, this is the latest one. Even for the past 5 years, HIIT always been in the 5th place. Okay, within the 5th place. Okay, this is a what I call is a promising strategy to share with other people, or to promote with the society or your community. But again, later I will share why there is an issue related to this kind of protocols. Okay, as we can see now, online training. Okay, now is the rank #1 because of course, as we can see now, we have a pandemic COVID-19. So of course, people adopt this kind of trainings more regularly because we cannot go outside for exercise. So that's why there's a changes. And of course, this the rank will be changed from year to year because of this what they call the situations. And but HIIT always within a 5 tops in the ranks, and is by far is less than within the top 10. Okay, and if you can see here, many media socials, or if you could go to newspaper, when we go to and when we Google it about the high intensity, people will say that high intensity is very good for your health. Okay, and of course the features of high intensity is something related with timing. Okay, and also the short times are very efficient to produce a very good impact to your health. Okay, but okay, this is one of the this is a few advantage of the high intensity interval exercise. The time efficiency. HIIT is time efficient. I'm using HIIE, not HIIT, but this is similar terms lah. So, but across this presentation, I will use HIIE. Okay, it's similar because I'm using exercise. Okay, time efficient advantage of high intensity exercise is time efficient to promote multiple health benefits in various populations. Okay, in adults, of course, the barrier of exercise, the common barriers stated by the adults is a lack of time in adults. Okay, especially for the working adults. Okay, there's no time to exercise. So the reason not to exercise because the lack of time. And then protocol, the HIIT can be designed in multiple ways, infinite number of protocols. Okay, okay. This is examples of the protocols that I've shared here: sprint interval training, low volume high intensity interval exercise, as well as the Scandinavian high intensity interval exercise. This is the types of protocols that commonly been used in the studies that are related to high intensity interval exercise. Okay, but for my research, most of my research, I'm using the low volume high intensity interval exercise because this is more feasible across the population, across the types of people, either the overweight, obese, children, adolescents. Okay, and also the most in terms of age, this kind of activity mimics the PA activity, is similar in the patterns of activity, the intermittent types of activity. Okay, this is the advantage of HIIT. Okay, and then I think and this slide, I think it's not a what it calls. I will not try to. I will not try hard to explain the benefits of HIIT because there is a growing numbers of papers that investigates the benefits of HIIT. That's why I put here the systematic review paper. Okay, the different kind of angles that they are looking, the adolescents, effects of low volume fitness in adults. Okay, meta-analysis, and then also the interval training, the magic word for fat loss. I think this is no doubt. Okay, we know that HIIT can give meaningful impacts to our health. Okay, so this is the examples. The HIIT has been shown as a time-efficient strategy to improve and enhance multiple health benefits. For example, the cardiorespiratory fitness, cardiometabolic health. And also, the most important thing is HIIE produce equal, if not superior health benefit at considerably lower volumes of total work when compared with continuous exercise at a lower to moderate intensity. Okay, why is that? Because if you working at the low or moderate intensity, you need to go longer because this is a threshold that you need to know because it has a certain threshold. For example, you need to run at least 20 or 30 minutes or 40 minutes to achieve optimal health benefits, okay, when doing that kind of exercise. But for HIIT, within a short period of time, within less than 20 or 50 minutes, you can produce equal benefits as compared to the continuous exercise. And the most important things, research have shown that this is applicable across various populations. So no doubt at all. Okay. All right. But despite the potential health benefits generated by the HIIT, there is an argument whether these kind of protocols can be applied in what we call the population-based levels, for example, the community. Because when it comes to HIIT, people always engage this kind of activity with a sports kind of training, okay? Because there's a specific features, very intense activity. And then within 20 minutes, in fact, if we look at the YouTube, when we Google about a HIIT, we saw that many bulky muscle people shows that how to do HIIT. So people feel afraid whether this kind of activity is very feasible or very effective in terms of exercise adherence or what. Okay, this is considered, I put this one examples of the paper. This is one of my key papers that I'm using this during my PhD. The arguments between whether HIIT can be used as a public health strategy in many populations. Okay, but as I mentioned just now in my previous slide, no doubt in terms of health benefits, we know that HIIT, everyone who do it, no problem at all. You will gain a health benefit if you do it properly. Okay, but whether people going to do this kind of activity in future, we don't know yet. Okay, even during this paper, when the papers is published, there's no such very little studies that shows HIIT to effective response or pleasure or dislike. Okay, angles. Okay, this is the arguments. They said that high intensity consists of very high intense exercise, which may lead to less pleasurable feelings, may generate a greater perceived exertion, as well as lack of perception of competence. With these features, it may lead to poor exercise implementation and maintenance. That's the argument. Okay, how this argument come out? There must be a framework or theoretical frameworks that lead to this kind of conclusions. Okay, even in this paper, this is a very good paper. If you want to look at it, you just go with the what you call as what I'm shared just now. This the topic of this debate. Okay, it's a very good paper. Okay, but there's no evidence at all to show that evidence about the whether the HIIT is lead to pleasurables or not. There's no such evidence in this paper. So meaning that there is a lack of evidence of this. Okay, but because they use this motivations theory, the hedonic theory of motivations. I'm not sure. I think some of you are aware about this terms, hedonic theory of motivations. In this theory, it proposed said that a theory of human motivation in which individuals are motivated to experience pleasure and avoid pain or discomforts. Or in another words, people tend to do what they like and will avoid any activity that they feel harmful, they don't like. Okay, or based on this, Paddy Akikakis 2003 came out with one theory that we call as dual mode theory. Okay, dual mode theory. Okay, I try my best, bear with me, I'll try my best to explain this framework as simple as I can. Okay, so basically, Paddy Akikakis proposed this dual mode theory. Okay, in this theory, he proposed that affective responses, which can be defined as the pleasure and displeasure feelings during exercise, are influenced by two factors. Okay, two continuous factors interplay between cognitive and interoceptive, or in other terms, psychological and physiological factors. And these terms influence, predominantly influence, if there's a difference in terms of exercise intensity. Okay, this is for example, if the exercise below the ventilatory thresholds, okay, below or close to ventilatory thresholds, we can term this as a moderate intensity, but below the ventilator shows we use as a low intensity. Okay, below this VT, moderate and low intensity. Okay, if low intensity, most of the people will have a positive affective responses, meaning that more pleasurable feelings. Okay, more pleasurable feelings. But if the people's exercise, if the intensity increase to moderate intensity, okay, some people might feel pleasure, some people might feel displeasure. Okay, so this is below the VT, ventilator thresholds. Okay, the mark, the metabolic mark that used to identify between the intensity. But if you go higher and higher intensity, okay, then you will feel displeasure. Why? Because at this intensity, your physiological factors predominantly influence your body and then make you feel displeasure, feel negative. Okay, this is the scales that usually we use, okay, to rank the feelings, okay, to scale. Okay, this is what we call a feeling scales. It has +5, very good, and very bad, -5. Okay, so usually this is a single item scales that we ask the participants to rate their feelings. What do you feel right now? So they're going to just like RPE, they just verbally said what is the scale of the feelings during that time, because during exercise it is common to have a fluctuate in terms of like, dislike, okay, because of these factors, the cognitive and interactive factors. Okay, all right, so meaning that if you goes towards the high intensity, the cognitive factors will have low influence. Okay, very weak influence compared to physiological factors. And then you cannot think because you feel very pain in your body, your heart rate increase. Okay, and also this kind of situations considered as a protective mechanism to your body, because if you feel pain, of course you automatically want to stop that kind of activity to protect yourself. Okay, so this is what we call as a dual mode theory. So the continuous interplay between these two factors will affect the affective responses, the pleasure, displeasure feelings during the exercise. Okay, all right. Okay, this dual mode theory has been supported by the continuous type exercise findings, and as well as the incremental test. Okay, this dual mode theory has been supported by most of the study that conducted to tested this this model is by using the incremental test as well as the continuous test of exercise. So as you can see here, so how are we going to explain this figure? How to translate this? Okay, so basically, that's why I put here 3 features of affective experience that the most consequential or the most strongest predictor for the future exercise is the rate of decline or incline of effect during the episodes. Okay, this is the score. The effective peak, positive or negative. For example, peak here, here, here. Where is the peak? Of course, this is one peak, positive peak. This is the negative peak. And the effect at the end of episode. And these 3 points that actually predicts the most the exercise adherence. So meaning that if the persons felt negative at the end of the exercise, the most probability that they do not want to continue this kind of activity is higher. That's how to translate this kind of result or findings. Okay, so if you can see, if you're doing the incremental test, we know that incremental test require the participants to perform the activity from low to high. That's why we see there's patterns, the decline patterns of the effect responses here. So meaning that there's a decline of effect responses, or there's a displeasure feelings towards the end of this kind of incremental test activity. Okay, and even though if you look at the VT, ventilator thresholds, meaning that the high intensity after the VT, you see the declines become more higher and higher, more greater and greater. Okay, this findings is based on the children, but the patterns is similar in adults. Okay, no different at all. Okay, and then researcher also determines try to test whether this kind of dual mode theory applicable in the continuous type of exercise. Then that's why they ask the participants to perform 3 different intensity. The high intensity, this is the high intensity, above ventilator thresholds, this is high intensity, and then below and at VT, the moderate and low. So as we can see, from 5 to 10 minutes, there is a decline in effect responses during the high intensity exercise. Okay, the decline effects compared to the low and moderates, they maintains in the pleasurable feelings. Okay, and at the end of the exercise, if you can see here in 50 minutes, okay, completed times of 15 minutes, the end effects is negative. Okay, then they conclude that those who are doing, those who performs high intensity may not engage this kind of activity in future compared to the low and moderates. Okay, all right. So why it is importance of effective responses? Because effective responses has been shown predicts the future exercise adherence. Okay, so this is example of the study. So based on the studies, it shows that a positive change in the basic effective responses during exercise is linked to future physical activity. Okay, for example, changes in 1 unit of feeling skills also linked to the, for example, improvement in 1 unit in feeling skill similar to the increase in 38 minutes of physical activity. Okay, I will not explain more about that. If you're interested, you can go to this kind of paper. Okay, and of course, in terms of slope, the changes from whether the decline, the improvement, also with the basic, this is the basic effective responses. As I mentioned just now, this is the consequential factors that predict the future exercise. So bear in mind, I highlighted this because this is very important, because across my studies, this is very important justifications to show that either that kind of protocol is pleasurable or displeasurable. So these 2 points is very important: the slope, the changes of effective responses from start towards the end, as well as the peak end, the end of the effective responses. Okay, all right. Okay, even though we have the evidence to show that yes, to support the dual mode theory, okay, people to tend to have a very what I call very displeasure feelings when it comes to high intensity exercise, but these studies is based on continuous exercise, also based on the incremental types of exercise. So we cannot extrapolate this finding into the interval type of exercise, because it is a very different type of protocols. In fact, high intensity interval exercise consists of recovery period between the sessions. Based on that, in my PhD, I came out with a series of studies to show whether the dual mode theory is also applicable in heat. Okay, we want to know whether the different intensity will influence the effective responses, the displeasure feelings and displeasure feelings of the individuals. But my studies focus on the children adolescents. Okay, but again, even though the study was in the different populations, but it supports by the adults as well. Okay, the patterns. Okay, this is for my first study. Okay, so for my first study, I tried to examine, I tested whether there is a significant difference between 2 protocols, interval protocols, which has a different intensity. First, high intensity, a second is moderate intensity in adolescents with age 14. Okay, this work has been published in Medicine and Science and Sport and Exercise Science in 2017. Okay, so if you're interested more about this study, you can go to this paper. In fact, I can share this paper if you're interested. Okay, about this study. Okay, so I will not explains more about the method. So basically, maybe I just highlighted as very relevant points in this study. Okay, I'm focusing on only of the effective responses, not for the other variables for RP, but I'm focusing on effective responses. Okay. Okay, the protocol that I use is the running, okay, on the treadmill, the low volume, high intensity interval exercise, 8 times 1 minute work intervals at 90% maximal aerobic speeds, okay, determined from the incremental test. Okay, before we conducted this kind of study, we also tested our participants. We also tested the effective responses during the incremental test. Then it showed that the similar patterns that we got from the previous study. Okay. Okay, for moderate intensity interval exercise, the protocol 9 to 12 times 1 minute work interval at 90% of ventilator thresholds, which is the moderate, where the number of interval performed were distance matched to high intensity exercise. That's why you see the number is either 9 to 12, because we try to work match in terms of distance, okay, in both protocols. Okay, to control any other effects, okay, because we want to make sure that we want to test the intensity, not the other variables, okay. So the effective responses were measured at before the exercise, 20 seconds before the end of the warm-up sessions, and 20 seconds between each work and recovery intervals, as well as the end of the cool down. Okay, this is the method that has been validated by the previous study. That's why I'm using this kind of methods. Okay, so this is the finding. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, so based on the findings, it shows that, okay, first, this is the graph illustrate the two different protocols, the effective responses, by using the feeling scales, 11 scales from +5 to negative. Okay, it shows that there was conditions by interval interactions between two, okay, and high intensity interval exercise elicit greater, okay, a greater decline in effect responses, okay, from work interval 5 towards the end. Okay, in terms of intervals, in work interval 5, high intensity exercise elicit lower effect responses compared to the moderate intensity interval exercise. Okay, like I mentioned just now, the points that we want to see the changes, as well as the endpoint of the effect responses. Okay, okay, if you can see here, okay, even though we test the participants with the high intensity protocols, the end of the feeling scales ended with the positive scores. Okay. Okay, when compared to the previous study, shows that if we do the continuous type of exercise, at the end of the exercise, it showed the negative. So this is something interesting findings that we found. Okay, so we say that high intensity exercise remain positive at the end of work interval. Okay, effect responses were greater. Okay, we try to find which factors that make this kind of data. Okay, so then we observe that effect responses were greater during recovery interval compared to work intervals in both conditions. So why such things happens during interval kind of exercise? Okay, if you can see, this is recovery. So after the intense, they boost to the positive. After intense, boost positive. Okay, this is a very interesting data that we think that it should be published, because during that time when I did my PhD, there was no such evidence to show this kind of data. Okay, so then we found out that there is a phenomena that we call as a rebound phenomena. Okay, during recovery intervals. Okay, what is the rebound phenomena? Okay, according to Bixby, okay, pleasurable feelings can occur during recovery periods after an unpleasant stimulus or stress generated during work stimulus, as predicted by rebound theory models. Okay, that's why if you can see here, there's a rebound after the intense. There is a more positive feeling effect responses after the exercise. Also, the recovery periods during HIIE protocol not only relief after exercising at intense levels, but may also result in the participants having a sense of gratifications to the experience of rebound effective responses. Has been shown. If you can see the what I call these findings of this phenomena has been proposed since 1991. Okay, that's why it's quite weird, because there's a lack of evidence. There's a lack of studies that looking at this kind of angles. Okay, therefore we attribute that the recovery intervals during high intensity exercise have an influence on preserving the decline in feeling scale in our study. So meaning that the intervals, the recovery intervals is the very important component to preserve the declines of the continuous decline in feeling scales. Okay. Okay, other explanations, greater decline in effect responses during high intensity exercise was due to the greater physical responses, as I mentioned previously, based on the dual mode theory. When you reach the high intensity levels of exercise, there will be a predominantly in physical factors. Okay, so this has been shown based on the heart rate responses that we show. I not share for this session. I'm not share the data for the heart rate and RPE, but if you're interested, I will share later on, maybe by email or something like that. In fact, you can go to my paper to see. In fact, we show that our study shows that effect and heart rate responses were significantly negatively correlated during high intensity interval work intervals, but not during MIIE, moderate intensity interval exercise. So meaning that if your heart rate increase, it will lead to the lowering your effect responses, your scales, your feelings, meaning that there's intensifies in terms of physiological responses. Okay, you feel heartbeat, you feel pain, you feel uncomfortable, and also RPE. Okay, if you perceive the effort is hard or tired, and then it will lower down your effects. Okay, again, as I mentioned just now, this is the what we call as a protective mechanism. You as a human, this is a very unique features. Because if you don't have these feelings, if you continue this kind of activity, you lead to any injuries to your body. This is very important. That's why you feel this kind of feelings. Okay. All right. Okay. Other findings. Okay. In terms of enjoyment, I just shared this with you. High intensity elicit greater enjoyments immediately after and 20 minutes. This is very interesting study finding, because even though the participants perform the intense type of activity, at the end of the exercise, they feel great enjoyment. Why? As I mentioned just now, it's because the rebound theory. Okay, the positive feelings occurs after an unpleasant stimulus or stress generated during the work stimulus. Okay, even if you search any studies that compare the enjoyment between different kind of intensity, at the end of the study, the outcomes, it shows that there is no difference in terms of enjoyment if you compare between high intensity exercise with different intensity. Okay, so we try to make other analysis in terms of how it's happening. So we try to analyze the basis item. Okay, so we analyzed the basis item, and we found that the items of strong feeling of success and feelings of excitement immediately after 20 minutes higher in high intensity exercise compared to moderate intensity interval exercise. So this can be one of the explanation why there's a greater enjoyment after the HIIT. So after this, I consider this as a successful findings that we found. I try to follow up with the different angle of exercise to see whether high intensity exercises really matter. Okay, it really affects the responses during the exercise. That's why this is my third study. I'm tested whether high intensity exercise with different work intensity also influence the effective responses. Okay, so I'm using the similar protocol as in my previous study. okay, but using a different mode of exercise, which is cycling exercise. So I'm compared with 70%, 85%, and 100%. Okay, 100% is the highest intensity. Okay, during the low volume, high intensity type exercise. So we range between 70 to 100%. Okay, so similar methods that used to measure the effect responses before, during, and after. Before, during, and after. But remember, the most impactful findings is the effective responses during the exercise, not after the exercise. Okay, that's the very important points to be highlighted. Okay, so this is what we found. Okay, again, yes, with the different work intensity, it will lead to a different patterns in effect responses. Okay, this is 100%, 85%, and 70%. Okay, even with the greater or higher work intensity, the decline is much greater compared to the 85% and 70%. Okay, so we conclude that from this study, we conclude that effect responses are influenced by the exercise intensity. Okay, the most important things to share is that all the protocols achieve the 90% of thresholds. These thresholds to make sure that the participants are compliant with this kind of protocols. Okay, above 90% in children and adolescents has been shown to produce a multiple health benefits. So meaning that those who perform high intensity above 90% heart rate max will gain optimal health benefits. Okay. Okay. So this is explanation for that. Okay, a significant greater decline and lower effect at the end of the 100% work intensity compared to other conditions can be explained via greater reduction from baseline. If you can see here, after the baselines, there's a greater reductions in effect responses. So meaning that this is the commons to have in studies to show that any constant work intensity, there will be a decline in effect responses from start to end. Okay, this is common. Even though you have a moderate kind of activity, this is common to have a declining pattern of effect responses, but the slope will be different in terms of intensity. Okay, so greater reduction in effect responses in the recovery interval during high intensity with 100% of peak power. You can see here. Okay, compared to 70% and 85%, those who performs 100%, they have a very, what they call the greater reductions in feeling scales during the recovery, and also greater perceived exertion and physical responses. This is where I explained just now. Okay, remember the most important things is the patterns of effective responses, meaning that effective response changes are influenced by the work intensity. All right. Okay, and then subsequent from that study, we try to manipulate the intensity of the high intensity exercise. Okay, this is my fourth study to see whether if we change the protocol from high to low intensity, low to high intensity will also influence the effective responses during exercise. Okay, this is the aim. Examine effect, enjoyment, and cerebral hemodynamic responses to high intensity exercise with increasing or decreasing work intensity. And for this study particularly, we added one variables, which is very important variables, which is cerebral hemodynamic responses, to explain more in terms of mechanistic approach, okay, pathway, whether there is any changes that influenced by these changes. Okay, later on I will explain more about this. Okay, so this is the protocol: 8 times 1 minute work interval, 100 to 70% work intensity, and then 70 to 100%. This is high to low, low to high, and then also we also included the constant intensity, the 85%. Okay, similarly we also use the cycling protocols for this. Okay, effective responses, similar observation as in previous studies. Okay. Cerebral cortex hemodynamic changes were measured using near infrared spectroscopy. Okay, this is the equipment, the simple equipment. We just attach the probe in left and right prefrontal lobes of our brain. Okay. Actually, it's not easy to to put the probe to children and adolescents, because sometimes it's easy for them to lose the probe because sometimes it's not tightened. That's why we put a bandage to the heads. Okay, but this kind of protocols has been shown, has been validated in adult study. So meaning that the changes during the exercise is more accurate, okay, compared to running. That's why we're using cycling. Okay, what we found, and if you can see here, sorry, I'm supposed to put here. This is okay, the lower one and then become higher. This is the decreasing what we call the high to low protocol. This one high to low protocol. Okay, and the other two, this one is constant protocol, and this one is high to low protocol. The lowest score is the high to low protocol. Sorry, low to high protocol. Yes, this is low to high. This one high to low, and then this is the constant. You see the changes from high to low. Okay, there's the pattern. There's the improvement in effective responses when you decrease the work intensity. Okay, there's an improvement. Okay, and the other two, there is a decline, and of course, as similar to the constant one. Okay, so our study shows that high intensity, high to low, elicit lower positive effect responses during the initial work intervals, but elicited greater positive effect and enjoyment during the later work intervals compared to the high intensity exercise with low to high and constant work intensity. Okay, and then what's the importance of role of prefrontal cortex? Okay, this area is important as this area is responsible for the education functions and cognitive control processes, including effective expression and decision making. Okay, and then the influence of physical stress may hinder the ability of the prefrontal cortex to control cognitive and affect processes, meaning that if there is a low blood oxygenation in this area, so this marks as a deactivation of this area. So low, meaning that there's low oxygenation blood in this area. Okay, reduced PFC activity occurs due to the shift in the metabolic resources to the other area of the brain, driven by the intensified sensory body inputs. Okay, so meaning that during low and moderate, most probably the blood will go to this kind of area of our brains. Okay, so meaning that this is the activations of this area. So meaning that they still can control. They can still find the meaningful of pleasure and displeasure process. Okay, but if there is lack of oxygenation blood in this area, it will reduce the PFC activity. So you no longer can control the effective responses. That's why we're looking at this angle as well. Okay, so we found that. So based on these findings, if you can see here, this is tissue oxygenation index. The upper graph, this underneath of this TOI is the deoxygenation cerebral blood. Okay, you can see here there's a improvement in terms of blood flow during the high to low protocols compared to low to high. There's a decline in terms of oxygenation blood in that area. Okay, and then this is accompanied by the deoxygenation blood. Of course, if you have a greater oxygenation, of course, you will also have the lower deoxygenation blood. Okay, this is makes sense lah. Okay, the other way. If you have improvement oxygenation, meaning that you have lower deoxygenation blood. That's how it works lah. So an increase in PFC oxygenation may facilitate the increases in positive effect experienced during high intensity exercise. Okay, again, so we can conclude that not all protocols of high intensity exercise lead to the negative or displeasure feelings of exercise. Okay, with that, for the take-home message, high intensity exercise may not generate entirely feelings of displeasure in adolescents. Okay, so it depends on specific protocols. Okay, for example, here, high intensity interval protocols do not generate prominent unpleasant feeling when the exercise intensity of the work interval is performed below 90% of individual maximal exercise capacity. But this is limited to low volumes protocol, okay, not the other protocols, okay? And then high intensity exercise generated improvement in pleasurable feelings when the intensity of work interval is prescribed in decreasing manner from high to low, okay? And then based on our study shows that most of the protocol that we use, meaning that above 90% of heart rate max, when the person or if the participants perform the activity or intensity above 85% of their maximal exercise capacity. Okay, to make sure that the individual attain the 90% of heart rate thresholds, they need to perform activity or the intensity above 85% of their maximal exercise capacity. Okay, okay, this is the future directions of my study. Currently, I shift the direction of my study in terms of the populations that I use. Now I'm focusing on adults. Okay, some study have been completed and also expands this study investigations to other populations, the overweight, the obese populations. This is the ongoing project. And also, I'm also interested looking at the self-selected versus imposed intensity. And also, this is a very looking forward project. I want to see whether any mechanistic explanations to explain the phenomena of after responses to heat. Okay, so maybe we can look at the muscle fatigue, whether this is any relationship between the muscle fatigue and effect responses. Okay, this is the future direction of my study. Okay, I think the most important thing for today, I can conclude that exercise does not fit, types of exercise does not fit for everyone. Maybe people like to do hard HIIT. Some people might love to do continuous type exercise. But this is some of the strategy or alternative approach that people or individuals can adopt for their activity. Okay, of course, for motivation and adherence. And also the most important thing is that even though we're looking at the pattern of effective responses for my studies, we don't have a data whether the effect responses, the positive or the changes is associated with future exercise adherence. Okay, we don't have that kind of activity, but that data only have in the continuous type exercise. Okay, okay, and that I would like to acknowledge my alma mater, the University of Exeter, as well as my employer, University of Science Malaysia, as well as my program, Exercise Sport Science. All right, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. We would have loved to have interaction, but because of the time constraint, we'll post you the questions, whatever our participants or delegate has asked. And thank you so much on behalf of Seshadipram Group of Institutions, all our collaborators like University of Ukraine, University of Sharjah, University of Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangalore University, and and all the allied bodies, national and international, that you have enlightened us on that exercise and sports science programs. Thank you so much wholeheartedly, sir. I now request our next speaker, Professor and former Registrar of Evaluation, Bangalore North University, Sundarraj URS sir, who was the Principal and Chairman, University College of Physical Education, Bangalore University, Bengaluru, Director of Physical Education, Bangalore University, Member, Academic Council, Bangalore University, Visiting Member, National Council for Teachers Education, Southern Region Center, Regional Center, Bangalore, NSS Coordinator, Bangalore University, State Award by the Government of Karnataka to be the outstanding service rendered towards the National Service Scheme 2014 to 15, Nodal Officer, Youth Red Cross, and then WBC State Award by KVK Karnataka Vidyarthi Quota for the outstanding service rendered towards blood donation as YRC, Nodal Officer, Bangalore University, Chairman, Board of Studies and Board of Examinations of Physical Education Courses, BP8 and MP8, Member, Centralized Admission Committee, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Sir, we are indeed privileged that you have accepted our invitations, and sir, Adam sir, we request you. Okay, fine.
Thank you.
So now I request our esteemed sir, Professor Sundaraj, you are a sir, to kindly address us and enlighten us with the topic yoga and wellness, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Santanu. You had given me an opportunity to listen to all the speakers also. And you have followed the tradition that, Atiti Devo Bhava.
Sorry, sir.
No, it's a very interesting topics. You have given me an opportunity to learn something from these young, talented people. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Sheshadripuram group of institutions and all other institutions who have collaborated with this 8-day international conferences on yoga, health, fitness, and wellness, other things. And, it's very important to note that, yoga is not new to this society or a community or to the people. It is a 8,000 years old and starts from Shiva to the next to the Patanjali. And we call that, Shiva was the first founder of this yoga. And next is the Gorakhnath. From there is a lot of, people who have flourished this. And ultimately, I should bow my head to Dr. V.K.S. Iyengar, who is one of the greatest leader of our time, who flourished this yoga culture in abroad with all scientific evidences and proofs. Other thing I wanted to tell that, today we are in a very, very confusion state. Whether to make yoga as an exercise or to accept an exercise. Yesterday, I was listening to one of the great speaker, Padma Shri Prakash. He has crystal clearly said that yoga is not acrobatics. Yoga is not a movement education. One should aware that yoga is a static one. Yoga is simple, but it is very difficult. Why it is very difficult? Because the philosophy behind yoga, the belief behind yoga, the principles behind yoga, the 8 commandments with Patanjali as introduced with the 8-fold Ashtanga yoga, that has become difficult to practice. It becomes very easy to observe. And when you start practicing, it becomes very difficult. I want to tell my friends here that before going to the yoga, you should understand that whether yoga can be made movement education, not at all. Yoga is a static one, and all the postures are natural, even named after the natural resources, birds, and other aspects which you naturally use in our daily agriculture and other things. So I'll not go in detail with what are all the yogic postures. You know that there are a number of postures: standing, sitting, long sitting, prone, supine, and balancing postures and other things. And apart from that, yoga always emphasizes to inculcate the good habits. And it always stress upon the ethics. That's why I call it as a divine science. Divine science. It's not just a science, it is a divine science. One has to have patience to learn. One has to have some belief, faith in yoga to learn. And it connects, as Prakash said, it is not just asanas, it is not just bending and twisting your body movements, but it is connecting your body, mind, and the soul. It is the breathing which is most important in doing asanas. And knowing very well that how to breathe and how to breathe out, when to breathe and when to breathe out. What is the procedure and protocols of doing asanas? When bending forward, what should be the next asanas to the bend backward? And what is its effects? When you twist your body, the guru has to know that. Just like BK saying, or you should tell that which muscle is working, which muscle you are twisting, why you are twisting. And that is what yoga. Yoga not only preaches about philosophy, and I'm not talking about the spirituality because it is very difficult to follow spiritual aspects of yoga, but it is a boon that our ancestors, our great Munivaryas have given to us as a therapeutical value. It is a therapy. It has become a therapy for many ailments, including cancers. If you go to the cancer hospital, you can see there then being asked to practice pranayama to enhance the cells. And further, I want to tell you one thing. Yoga is not new to all physical education professionals because we are doing in our daily academics. All universities are having the yoga centers, and physical education departments are doing immense job in taking the research on yoga. Many of my colleagues and friends are doing excellent job in doing research on yoga and finding out the effects and benefits of yogic practices on human mankind. With these few introductions, I want to tell you, dear friends, from the moment you wake up in the morning until the time you lay your head down at night, the hustle of life can rev up your systems. Challenges at work or at home can set up alarms in your body. Even today, now you are listening to my talk, but your mind is not keeping quiet, and it is injecting the thoughts. Maybe positive, for few it may be negative thoughts. It may inject that when it will going to end up, or what you will going to tell. And there will be hundreds and hundreds of thoughts coming out in every second and minutes. That is because brain is a very complex organ of the body. And it helps and distress the entire human system with its variations of thoughts. But there are good news. Yogic practices and relaxation techniques can help you to turn off the stress responses and basically talk about the mental aspects of today. Because of the pandemic, you know that school children are not going out. It is the age for them to go around, have fun, enjoying with their peer groups, what adults are doing at home. Now they don't have a freedom. They don't have a free space for them. And they cannot express with their own fellow beings. Thank God, some gadgets which are connecting them socially, not physically. These are all the issues which all we had to now concentrate, because till the time that Sushant Singh Rawat suicide, I don't want to call it as a suicide, and his death given rise to the entire population with regard to the mental health is concerned. There are a lot of debates, lot of concerns, lot of workshops, and by the virtue of our problem and issues now during the pandemic, I want to tell you, dear friends, out of 10, 5 people are suffering from the mental disorders, the mental pressures. It is for them that yoga is a boon. Research are looking deeper into the wellness benefits of yoga. I have already told that how practice affects us mentally and physically. Today's picture is very different as yoga has become an increasingly integral part of 21st century life. Scientists on with all tools and gadgets to look ever deeper into the body have been turning their attention to what happens physiologically when we practice yoga and what happens psychologically when we practice pranayama. How the meditation balances the anxiety, fear, stress. These are the issues which are everyday talk. Dozens of yoga studies are underway at medical institutions around the country, including Duke, Harvard, and University of California, and San Francisco. Some of the research is funded by the National Institute of Health. So, when we talk of health, is it health is enough? Health, now the WHO it recommends for the wellness. It is not that keeping away from disease you're a perfect man. You had to be keep well with others. So wellness is an active process through which the people become aware and make choices towards a more successful existence. Wellness is self-directed, evolving process of achieving full potential. Wellness is multi-dimensional and holistic in nature, composing lifestyles, mental, spiritual well-being, and the environment. And yesterday's speaker also mentioned some of the aspects of our lifestyle. How our lifestyles have changed. The changing lifestyles have also led to a lot of problem. Not only the social problem, physical, physiological issues, health issues. I was listening to one of the great cardiac surgeon, Dr. Manjunath, recently, and he was telling that in my 80s, the younger people used to, bring the elderly person to my, cardiac hospital. Now the time it is changing. Now the elderly people bringing the younger people. This shows the transformation of our lifestyles leading to a lot of problems and issues, even with the food. Yesterday, I don't want to touch. Yesterday, the speaker has given beautiful tips about what to eat, when to eat, where to eat, and how much to eat. This is what is yoga. So yoga is always connected with the body, mind, spirituality. When you talk of body, it is an exercise. When you talk of mind, it is meditation. And you talk of spirituality, it is the ethics of lifestyle. So when you talk of these wellness, and there are 6 dimensions of wellness: physical, social, intellectual, spiritual, emotional, and occupational dimensions. Now, I wanted to give you some tips with regard to the physical wellness is concerned. So, when you talk of the physical wellness, it is encompasses a variety of healthy behaviors, including adequate exercises, proper nutrition, abstaining from harmful habits. See, the yogic practices is purely emphasizing on the health and nutrition and keeping away from the harmful habits of alcohol and tobacco. This is one thing everybody should mind. That's what I told you, that ethical values of yoga is training the adults to come forward to practice yogic. And if you want to give some tips, it's not only the yoga practices, even you can do exercises. What previous my expertise have explained, that even it will have the effect, not just a yogic practices. You can exercise and the rest. Rest is most important. And we are working against the biological clock. And in my days, we used to work in the day and we had to rest in the night and to give space to the metabolic process. Now it is not happening. Now there is no space for the rest. All the time we always eager to work. Next is the emotional dimension. Emotional wellness is a dynamic state that fluctuates frequently. It is the ability to feel and express human emotions such as happiness, sadness, and anger. This is very important, I will tell you. In this concept, I want to bring your attention with regard to the how we feel if someone is hurt, how we feel if someone is abused, and how our anger has to be controlled. Sadness, happiness, these are all the regular sentiments that flow every day in our every walk of life. And how best we manage. If you doesn't manage this properly, ultimately it leads to the anger and ultimately anxiety, fear, stress, tension, and you're opening the door for the diseases. That is the reason. That's why I always tell the emotional balance is very, very important. It is the only organ which responds to these emotions is the heart. And that is the heart is the only organ which doesn't take rest. If it take rest, we'll be in rest. So unfortunately, this emotional balance is not taken care of. It is not, nobody is bothered about our sentiments, emotions, fluctuations, fear, tension, anxiety. You see what is happening from almost pandemic time, almost 2 years. The boys are totally tense with regard to the examination, with regard to the future. Parents are tensed with regard to their future life of their children. And there are jobless people, unemployment. So how to overcome all these things? It is quite natural. We are at the receiving end. We cannot do anything. And we have to overcome. We have to induce all such things through to the positive thinking. And it is to tune up your thoughts and feeling. Don't allow negative thoughts to come into. Cultivate the optimism and the positive attitude. And always seek, provide support. See, the stress management technique is one of the most important technique which is available through yoga and meditation and relaxation process. And when you talk of intellectual, dimension encourages creative, stimulating mental activities. A very good example is the Shruti, the first day who have exhibited beautiful postures. Of course, it was different format. I will not go into that, but it was an excellent. You can see her flexibility, you can see her agility. All these things automatically helps you to be creative, and that intellectual dimensions never comes down, because if she was telling that even participating in yoga competitions, and I have not come down, not in my rank with regard to the academic pursuit is concerned. Even this has happened with the sportsmen also. Many of the sportsmen, even Olympians I have come across when I was the director of physical education, many of them have scored 80, 90 doing participated in the national and international competition. That is where exercises and any kind of movement is not harmful. It is always helpful to the people. With regard to the social dimensions, I need not tell you about this because of my previous expertise. I explained in very detailed social aspects of psychology. As a human being, as you know that Aristotle defines human as a one of the social animal and a gregarious, and he will not all live alone, nor he will not leave the others. That is an unfortunate thing, because we will not go out of the group, but we want to be in the group. We don't accept the ideas, thoughts, behaviors of the group. Sometimes we have our own these things. That is the reason there is always a global community. That is, in yoga, we call Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We never, irrespective of caste, color, creed, We want to show the empathy to all. That is the philosophy of yoga. And yoga always take care of these aspects, especially with regard to community, feelings, how my people think about me, and how I should respect to the others, how I should be more confidence in myself in facing the issues and problems. And another important is spiritual wellness involves possessing a set of guiding beliefs, principles, values that help give direction to one's life. That's what I was telling. This is where yoga stands for. Yama, niyama, asana, dharana, dhyana, all these things are the basic principles of yoga. Patanjali has given Ashtanga Yoga. There, he also tells about in the Niyama how to be, how your personal life should be. You should be truthful. You should be non-violent, and you should not steal. You should keep away from worldly, desires. How it is possible? Tell me. Is it so easy to practice yoga? A guru who taught yoga shall possess all these qualities. I don't know how many of the gurus are entitled to, teach yoga as per the Patanjali, because it is not so easy. We are all human beings. We should accept our merits and demerits. So, environment wellness, yoga is pro-environment. That's the reasons our Rishi Munis used to go out. And in the midst of the forest, they used to do these yogic practices. And that is the way they used to have a self-consciousness, a self-confidence, without having any disturbance from this worldly noise. That is why yoga always suggests that for many reasons it is very difficult to have such an atmosphere or having such a wonderful space for doing asanas. Okay, having said that, it's not that if you don't get such kind of a place you cannot do yoga. Please select the place where you will not be disturbed, distracted. It may be a room, it may be a terrace in the early morning hours. That is where the environment is very pleasant to see, pleasant to move, pleasant to have a beautiful scenery and singing of the birds and breezes. And all these things are proactive, and that enhances your yogic abilities. Explore yourself spiritual core thought and spend time alone. And that is the most important. When you talk of spirituality, learn to live alone and to try to connect yourself with your nature, connect yourself with the supernatural power. Whether you believe with God or not, there is one thing which is controlling us. What is that which is controlling us? How to connect with that? How to introspect myself? It is the spirituality which gives a platform for all of us to think ourselves. Then is the occupational wellness. You know that the wellness involves preparing, making use of your gift skills, and talents in order to gain purpose, happiness, and enjoyment in your life. The development of occupational satisfaction and wellness is related to your attitude about work. That is what Basavanna has said, Kaya Kave Kailasa. Work is worship. That's where you should love. You should love your profession. You should be very passionate about your profession, whether you are a teacher or a principal or a CEO or whoever may be the person, irrespective of division of labor, and you should love. And through loving your occupation of this thing, you will get yourself into the satisfaction. And that is very, very, very important from the point of your attitude, behaviors are concerned. How best you interact with your own fellow colleagues, how you share your views, and how much space you give to listen to the others. Those are all the things where the occupational, wellness will deal. And you should have to create yourself a different variety of career actions. And if you are a teacher, and you can also become a dramatist, you can also become a musician. And don't stick on to the one job, or create a vision for the future. Always think of the future. So now I'll come to the next point, the impact of yoga on wellness. It is a pain reliever. Yoga shows promise as a treatment for relieving certain kinds of chronic pain. When German researcher compared Iyengar yoga with a self-care exercise program among people with chronic neck pain, spondylitis problem, provide positive improvement. See, this is where much attention has been given to yoga's potential effect on the persistent of and I'm sorry, pain reliever. I want to tell you one thing. Here is a kind of therapy for you from the yoga. Many of the people usually sit long hours on the screens, whether it is on TV or in a mobile or on laptop. They'll have chronic back pain, and usually those who ride the two-wheelers or the vehicle, they will have this spondylitis problem. There are exercises, there are practices, yogic practices, which helps in curing these spondylitic problem, especially the Gomukhasana or the Gomukhasana, otherwise Jalandhar Bandh. Jalandhar Bandh is nothing but inhaling the oxygen and holding in your throat and locking the neck for a while and releasing. And these things will help you by relieving the pain. And there are a number of asanas, not just one or two. There are a number of asanas. I'm only referring those asanas which have been taken as a study for my research and have contributed to the universities and dissertations and MPhil and PhDs. Much attention has been given to the yoga's potential effect on the persistent depression. Luza Ubelkar, a psychologist at Brown University, got interested in examining yoga as a therapy for depression after studying and practicing mindfulness meditation. The result proved that it provides a different focus from worry about the future or regret about the past. It is an opportunity to focus your attention somewhere else. When what happens when the tension, when the stress, when the anxiety occurs? Ultimately, it leads to the depression. Once you fall into the depression, and you will lose the interest in your life. Depression is not, don't think it cannot be cured. It can be cured. It can be cured with the counseling. It can be cured with a lot of interventions of yogic exercises and activities. And that is where the meditation, that is where some of the concentrating exercises helps in overcoming these disorders. To develop intellectual ability, asana, pranayama, meditation, all trying you to fine tune your attention, whether by sensing your breathing with movement, focusing on the subtleties of the breath, or letting go of distract thoughts. Studies have shown that yogic practices such as pranayama, meditation, and relaxation technique can help your brain work better. And that is the most important. That's why psychologists call it as a brain as a master, body is a slave. And you have to listen to the body. Even the yesterday speaker was telling that if you can't control your brain, the brain controls you. And you will become a slave automatically. To avoid that, you train your brain. You had to train in such a way that whatever the difficulty, whatever the problems, challenges come ahead, and you should have potential energy. I'll talk. That is why Yoga Sutra and Bhagavad Gita tells Pranavayu is the energizer. It is the one which energizes your strength, your stamina, your endurance, your ability. So a breathing is not just a breathing. It is oxygenating the cells, oxygenating the entire physiological process, which is very important, especially in a pandemic. Now, if you go to the WhatsApp University, you will find 1001 kind of exercises with regard to the enhancement of lung ability, lung capacity, and now yoga is the best exercise. Yoga is the best exercise to enhance your lung capacity with asanas as well as with pranayama technique. So treatment for sleep disorder, this is another important disorder with the youngsters are facing today because of the, because of staying a long time on mobile and even on screens. They skip the timing because, there is a biological clock. You have to follow the biological clock. I have told you, when to eat, where to eat, how to eat, and how much to eat. Likewise, how to sleep, when to sleep, where to sleep. These are all the protocols we have to follow. These are all the natural things. And these things we have followed in our early childhood because there was no restriction, there was no TV, there was no mobile, there is no laptop. Only thing was a social gathering after a fun, after a dinner. We used to have some kind of a fun. Otherwise, my grandmother or a mother used to tell some stories. With those nice stories, we used to sleep. That had become an habit. Now you cannot find that. There is no space for all such things, and we are at you cannot avoid. You cannot avoid the yet technological revolution, and all these technologies also it is time bonded, and you should be very careful in handling those things and how to hold it. And in this competitive world, everyone suffer from stress and spend too much of time in workplace. Especially, you've seen that the techies you work in the companies going pedaling for 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Why? If they don't pedal, they cannot come out from mental pressure, mental stress. That is the only way to trigger off all the negative thoughts and pressures. Any kind of exercises and activity which sweats you and it cools down your emotions, sentiments, and feelings. So, on spending too much of time and overstimulated state contribute to the epidemic of sleep. Even the junk foods now, junk foods, it totally avoids your sleep, and it will be kept in refrigerator, and it will be given to the employees. They want the people to work, and they want their resource to be doubled. But what happens to the younger generation who are going with that kind of a lifestyle? That lifestyle is very dangerous, and to overcome, it is only the yoga which helps you to regenerate your energy which is lost. And treatment for sleep disorder. A recent Duke University analysis of the most rigorous studies done on yoga for psychiatric condition found promising evidence that yoga can be helpful for treating sleep disorders. So asana can stretch and relax your muscles. Breathing exercise can slow your heart rate to help prepare you for sleep. And regular meditation can keep you from getting tangled in the worries that keep you from drinking off. So, immune activity, yesterday, the speaker explained in detail how the immune system can be enriched through two aspects. One is practicing yoga and proper diet, nutrition. Many studies have suggested that yoga can fortify the body's ability to ward off the illness. Now, one of the first studies to look at how yoga affects genes indicates that 2 hour program of gentle asanas, meditation, and breathing exercise alters the expressions of dozens of immune-related genes in blood cell. It is not clear how the genetic changes observed in this study might support the immune system, but the study provides striking evidence that yoga can affect gene expression. Big news that suggests yoga may have the potential to improve how strongly the genes you are born with affect your health. You know that. Yesterday, the speaker well said that you cannot change the gene if it is from your ancestors, and you had to receive it. But somehow the studies are undergoing throughout the world with regard to the yogic practices, whether it affects and which is emulate with the expressions of gene with the practice of yoga. Keep your heart healthy. Despite advance in both prevention and treatment, heart disease remains the number one. Both men and women are influenced by high blood pressure, high cholesterol, high blood sugar, and a sedentary lifestyle, all of which can potentially be reduced through practice of yoga. You know that most of the time, the stomach, the belly part, is an idle part of the body. There's not, there is less work for that, belly where unwanted cholesterol is accumulated. That is why there are the twisting asanas, whether it is the Ardha Masendra asana, eh, and other twisting postures, sidewards and backwards. It helps you to bring down your cholesterol. Cholesterol. That is where almost all sitting asanas helps in controlling, even sometimes no kasana, and it helps in bringing your, belly down by enhancing the blood circulation and burning out the cholesterol as an energy. So, despite all these things, one should have to know that your heart needs exercise. Your heart needs exercise. That's the most important thing. And without exercise, you cannot keep your heart strong. Heart requires a kind of an exercise, and you must always bear it in mind. Exercise means it is individualistic. Don't generalize this. That's what yoga is, individualistic in nature. It depends on his age, his size, and its potential. You cannot generalize yoga. You cannot make yoga as a mass activity. It is my opinion. It is my opinion. I am ready to change my views if someone proves that, no, it can be done, because I have already told the philosophy behind the yoga, the ethics behind the yoga, values behind the yoga is very difficult. Yes, a small group can be managed. All of it potentially be reduced through practice of yoga. So dozens of studies have helped convince cardiac experts that yoga and meditation may help you reduce many of the major risk factors of a heart attack. One of the major risk factor of a heart attack is the hypertension. Hypertension and hypertension has been a very good exercise of meditation and breathing technique. You can bring down your hypertension into a balanced state. And even another this thing is the what is that, sugar, blood sugar level. You can control blood sugar level added if you take even the medicine. Don't say that I can control my blood sugar only with the help of the yoga. That may not be possible, but it helps. It helps some of the exercises. It helps in pancreas to enhance the insulin. And all these things have to be buried in mind. With regard to the flexibility of joints, by gently taking joints, ankles, knees, hips, shoulders through their range of motions, asanas help keep them lubricated with research that say may help keep you moving freely in athletic and everyday pursuit. As you know, yesterday we saw that Shruti, how flexible she was, and she was being quoted as a rubber ball. And if anybody see her, and they will say that whether she has got any bones in joints. That is the way, and that's why in China, from the very big, because I was there in the Beijing Olympics for a free conference. I have visited some of the gymnastics where the yoga practices are very common for the young budding children at the gymnastics, and they call it as a stretches. They call it as stretches. They don't purely call it them as the yoga asanas. All these stretches helps in balancing and developing the agility and the ability to perform not only in our daily regular activities but also in athletic and sport. This is the one important thing everyone should know as a physical education teacher, where we can bring yoga into the enhancement of sports performance, control blood sugar, 1/5 of those who have high blood pressure don't know it. Sorry, blood pressure. And many who do struggle with the side effects of long-term medication, yoga and meditation, by slowing the heart rate and inducing the relaxation response, may help bring blood pressure down to safer levels. Safer levels added if you take even the medicine and the suggestion from the doctors. Here, most of the people will not go to the doctor and test ourselves with regard to the mental faculties or concern with regard to our physiological functioning is concerned, because we feel that going to the doctor and consulting is itself is a wrong notion. I'm sorry to tell that being educated, you should always visit to the doctors and take their suggestions, because many of them will not be knowing that they will have the blood pressure and even the sugar sometime, unless it is being noticed with some kind of the disorders. So emotional balance, recent studies have suggested exercise is linked with the increased levels of brain chemical called gamma aminobutyric acid, which is associated positive mood and a sense of well-being. And your brain is such a wonderful machine where it can create itself a wonderful atmosphere and a mechanism where it can move with the positive mood. So it turns out that yoga can also increase the level of this chemical in the brain. Most are the walking, according to the Boston University study. What are the causes of stress? I need not tell you more than this. There may be 10 to 15 other, factors that also stress. Even that is totally individualistic in nature. The common thing now is the unemployment and the pandemic and the financial stresses, daily hustle, environmental stresses, family related, health related, and work related. How to overcome it? ಒಂದು ಸಮಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಯಾವತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ ಬಹಳ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಸರ್ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಪ್ಪ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎ ಡೀಪ್ ಬ್ರೀತ್, hand clench, body awareness. You listen to the body. A body has got a wonderful mechanism to give you the feedback if you are careful enough to listen to your body. You have to listen to your body. If your body says don't do it, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't go against the body, because your mind may not accept it. Because mind may say that, yeah, nothing will happen, go. And that ultimately you will be in trouble. No, deep breathing is one of the best. This thing, progressive muscle relaxation technique. Recently, the two of my speaker also spoke about it. And guided imagery. Relaxation technique, instant relaxation technique, it is already in practice with the yogic classes. And rapid deep breathing relaxation technique, mind sound resonance relaxation technique, and movement relaxation. Instant yoga relaxation technique, you will see that whenever you do asanas, immediately you will ask them to go for a makarasana or for a savasana and give them the 1 or 2 minutes of rest that is required. That's why I'm telling that it is not that how many repetition do in asanas. A repetition is an exercise. And how long you stay in the final posture is the asana. Then only you will get the benefit. The benefit of asanas is in the final posture and the long duration of period, sustaining in that posture for a long time. And if it is not it is not hours, it is not minutes, it may be seconds. In the beginning, it may be 5, 6, 7 seconds. Even with a small, with a simple asanas of, asanas, you cannot retain for a long time, because you are holding the breath, you are holding the prana. So that is a very important aspect when you are doing in asanas to be remembered. It is performed in savasana. Instant relaxation can be practiced for some time after every individual exercise. It is done in the beginning or in the middle or the end. It brings awareness of the body and various muscles. That is most important. So I was fascinated with the great, the teachings of Dr. Iyengar. When he used to teach the asanas, used to mention each and every muscle, tendon, bone, how it bends, how it reacts, how the effect will be. That is what yoga guru is. A guru has to have such a wonderful, vast knowledge of physiology, psychology, and anatomy. Then only he can be called as yoga guru. Instant relaxation can be done anytime during the day, too, irrespective of practice of yoga poses. You can do even sitting on your chair, and whenever you are in a stress in your office or workplace, you can go for a 2 or 3 deep breaths and just concentrate and remove your negative thoughts. Get yourself induced by the stress. So this practice can be done more than 3 times, and even each round more than 6 times a day. So rapid or a quick yoga relaxation technique. These are things you can do in a minute or two to feel more relaxed. Take a moment to do simple check-in of your emotional state. Whenever you get into the emotional state of situation, immediately you go to a corner and sit lonely and think yourself and think the reason behind it and accept if you are invited it. And you introspecting ourselves, introspecting, knowing my own ability, my strength and weaknesses. That's why I call yoga is not for the salvation, it is for the evaluation of oneself. It evaluates and tells you where you stand. Even just tomorrow after this my talk, go and sit for a 5 minutes. Is it very difficult? You cannot sit. And that too, close your eyes and sit for 2 minutes. The entire world opens in your brain and it distracts. And to overcome that, it takes a long time by doing a proper yogic practices. And just notice what is happening without judgment or acceptation. Quick relaxation technique, another, and we call it as a QRT, is done after the standing yoga poses. Deep yogic relaxation techniques. This is one of the most important yoga technique. We also use all these techniques in the sports arena. Also, Lakshmi knows about it. It is not new to the Rakshi as an athletic coach. He might have introduced all these things in his coaching period. It is not new to the any coach, not to physical education teacher. We are being introducing all these things whenever it is necessary, whenever the benefit is gained. So deep relaxation technique is entirely necessary. The entire body and the mind move together, connecting with each other while the breathing plays a crucial role to bring the connection. It is done in Shavasana and it may take 15 minutes. From toe to the head, you have to scan your body, scan even your brain. What is happening to the tarsals next to the thigh, calf muscle from the knee and thigh up to the head. This is what you have to scan in your mind, visualize in your mind. Deep relaxation technique is done at the end of the yoga practice to release all the tensions while relating to the muscle strength from toe to the head. DRT can also be done by anyone whenever it is required after the heavy, rigorous physical activity. Mind sound resonance technique. This is one of the most important techniques that are being used in many of the therapies. Mind sound resonance technique is one of the advanced mindful relaxation yoga technique that uses mantra to generate resonances, which mainly works through the Manonmaya Kosha, induce the deeper relaxation for the both mind and body. Whenever you go and sit for a few minutes, automatically there will be hundreds of questions in your mind, and automatically negative thoughts flows, and you are forced to open your eyes during that time to bring the concentration to make the wants to practice that. We start introducing the mantras of your choice, mantras of your choice. I will not go to the any kind of mantras to advise you. It is left to you. Even a Omkara is enough. And because through that Omkaras you just concentrate on the outer world, and you may get hundreds of sounds, out of which you follow one, and you should see that all other sounds fades away, and ultimately there is only one sound which is in catching, and that sound you go It is very easy to explain, but very tough to follow. Very tough to follow. That's why I told you, yoga practice is not so easy. It is not so easy. It is not for all. It is for individual. Yes for all. When it is come to the asanas, when you go to the meditation, when you go to the other kriyas and other thing, you had to be individualized these practices, which is more important. Otherwise, there will be side effects. Stimulation of sympathetic nervous system when anxious leads to the breathe and or short, shallow, and irregular. Whenever your sympathetic nervous system becomes stimulated automatically, your breath will become short, shallow, and irregular. And to overcome this, you had to vibrate the and give some exercise to the parasympathetic nervous system to wake up, and that's where they associate with mood. Deep and rhythmic breaths automatically is cool downs your emotional states and brings back to your normal position. Slow breathing has stress relieving properties and is one of the easiest yet most effective ways to control stress, anxiety, and muscle tension. Stress management, breathe exercise or relaxation. I'll give you one tip, one slight exercise for you, all of you who are participated here. Just sit in a comfortable position, even not if it is not possible now. Go home in the evening, take a time for 3 to 4 minute position. Close your mouth and inhale quietly through the nose to a mental count of 4. Inhale. Hold it for a 7 count. Hold it for a 7 count. And exhale. When you exhale completely through the mouth, making a whoosh sound. This is one of the technique which has been followed and practiced every way to bring down the emotional state of these things, and also to move towards the mindfulness relaxation. So now inhale again and repeat the cycle 3 more times for a total of 4 breaths. Why I'm telling is, what you breathe is more important. What you eat, it is the prana is most important for you. The prana vayu is the one which energizes your body and energizes your cells. And keeping in this mind, give maximum importance for the breathing exercise. This technique is also called 4-7-8. When you inhale, you will count in the mind for 7, and when you hold, you count for the 7. When you breathe out, you count for 8. Whenever you breathe, exhale double. Exhale double, whether it is anuloma, viloma, or nadi shodhana pranayama, or whatever the mean, whatever the thing. So anxiety called a disturbed state of body and mind. Anxiety affects psychological and physiological functioning in several ways. High anxiety retards muscular performance. Over anxiety cripples the sensory, perceptual, and motor functioning. So take a 5 minutes break and focus on your breathing. Deep breathing counters the effect of stress by slowing the heart rate and lowering blood pressure. Meditation, mindful meditation is a mental training practice that teaches you to slow down the racing thoughts, let go of negativity, both mind and body calm. Mindfulness is the awareness of something, while meditation is the awareness of nothing. Mindfulness meditation is a form of clear mind meditation. Mindfulness can also help to relieve stress, treat heart diseases, lower blood pressures, reduce chronic pain, improve sleep and mental disorders. And meditation is not easy, and it requires a lot of practice, a lot of patience, a lot of belief, a lot of faith. Unless and until you have all these things, you cannot meditate. Your few minutes of yoga practice per day can help ease out your anxiety levels. Meditation may alter the brain's neural pathways, making you more resistant to the stress. As I've already told, that it affects on your chemical process of your mental processes, which brings down your anxiety levels down. Focusing on reciting out loud or silently a positive statement such as "I feel at peace" or "I love myself." every walk of your life, you think that I am fine. I don't have any problem. I will not give problem to anyone. I am fine because I love myself. You love yourself and see that these yoga become more and more useful by the way of therapy, and forget about the spiritual aspects, because I'm not concentrate on much on that because it is very difficult to follow. Only gurus can they teach us the spirituality for that matter. Spirituality is nothing new to us. It is connecting ourselves with the supernatural power or connected to the divine power, where to reduce myself, reduce all thoughts and behaviors. Thank you, gentlemen, for giving me an opportunity and patience listening. I lost the talk. And the last talk that I don't know how far I have, did my job and justice to my job. I thank Professor Santanu for giving me an opportunity to express my views and my thoughts with regard to the yogic practices, since I'm serving in the university as an academician, teaching yoga for more than 3 decades. And I still believe that yoga is a self-cure. So yoga is a self. If you listen to the Dr. Hegde's, Dr. P.M. Hegde's speech, you will understand that he emphasized that your body has got such a mechanism where you can send the clues to the different organs of the body, where you can cure yourself if you are potentially having that much of power. That all depends upon your practices. And thank you, Lakshmi, for your patient listening, and Sudhir, and once again for Santanu Das for your excellent, and you have a lot of patience. I don't know whether you practice yoga or not. You have a patience, you are a smile on your face, and you are very committed, and your way of introducing and managing the entire sessions, I'm seeing worth mentioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
If you
sir.
have
I'd like to
yes.
request you to stop sharing the screen, sir, so that we can see you.
Papu, stop ಮಾಡಿದೆ share ಮಾಡೋದು ಅದಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ okay sir. I will take a water.
Professor Santanu?
Yes, sir.
I got to say 2 words.
Please.
It's Professor Sundarraj, RSG. A special thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Congratulations, my friend. It was a marvelous presentation. Your spontaneity of great information touched our heart. Keep going, keep going. You are very young, and thank you very much for the session.
Yeah.
Second word to Dr. Our Santanu Das. You have made the day with the fantastic 4. Day 4 is marked with fantastic 4 speakers. Hats off. Such a amazing session. It's all possible. It all happened because of your calmness and your planning. So nice of you. Keep going, keep going. And it was 4 fantastic mindful session. Let me underline that it was a mindful session. Hearty congratulations to all, and thanks for making this 8 days virtual international conference more meaningful, and you have spread the essence of real humanity in terms of mind to the whole globe. Thank you once again. Thank you. Over to Santanu Das.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, it is a privilege to interact with such eminent Registrar of Evaluation, Bangalore North University, Professor Sundarraj, URSG, and Lakshmi's Ji. Then we have Professor Suryonto, Professor Dr. Hairul, and Professor Adam, and all the 4 speakers. They started with our Hairul sir. Then it started with our Professor Suryanto sir, who has spoken about the conflict. No, really, how in house, at home, in workplace, in bus, even for PT, no, that when we go to a mall, there is a conflict. No, I came first, I'll take a bill. It doesn't matter, just if you can be patient enough and wait for 2 minutes, nothing is wrong there. But we are all don't know where we are going, leading and heading towards. We are all in hurry for money, hurry for promotion, hurry for everything. But ultimately, we don't know. We should understand. I feel personally that no, we have come empty-handed. We'll go empty-handed. Only the humanity, compassionate, and empathy will stay with us. That's how our esteemed former president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalamji, has told. The moment he wants to leave this world, he wanted to be suited, booted, and coated, and that's how he has left it. And we still remember him. And his talk is such scintillating that even in UN and European Union, when he gave, everyone stood and clapped for such a wonderful session. So we all human beings should raise, and we know health and sports is such a two dimension or two parallel, as we told in the science, two DNAs, running together, or railway track running together, but never joining. Therefore, we should understand we should be parallel, and these two are the unifier for entire globe. Health, now pandemic corona has already learned that everyone is united together to save life. Sports, again, it makes every day that win and losing every day it is there. But even then, the next moment, again, they join together and play for each other. So that's the reason we choose this topic with proper guidance of our management, Dr. Lakshmi-ji, Sundar Rajivaras-ji, then Kiran Kulkarni sir, Khyati Wakaria madam, Professor Hairul sir, and then we have Alexander sir. So these are our pillars who has taken tremendous effort in choosing the speakers. And then we got Professor Suryanto sir, who has spoken about the conflict, which is really wonderful. So I think it is 2 o'clock. Everyone is waiting for hurry to get lunch. I do understand, but we can't help out when I always believe in two things: feed your brain and feed your stomach. First feed your stomach, then feed your brain, then you will rock the world. So these two feeding is most important, and I think we have filled today. And other feeling, I do understand finance is important, but not to that extent that you lose feeding your brain and feeding your stomach. And Corona has clearly indicated how much we need to live and livelihood. For livelihood, it's very much less amount is required. Rest all are greed. So let me not be very philosophical again. Because of today's psychology session, I think I'm getting philosophical. So yes, so everyone is hurry about. So thank you. Namaste. And I thank all of you, Professor Hairul sir, Professor Suryanto sir, Professor Adam sir, Professor Sundaraj Yuara sir, and all our esteemed delegates, and our own Lakshmi sir, who has been patiently listening such wonderful talk. Thank you. See you tomorrow with a wonderful program. Tomorrow we have by Padma Shri K.Y. Venkatesh sir. Then we have Miftahul from Indonesia. Then we have from Ukraine, Malina Osnova. Then we have, if I'm not wrong, yes, we have tomorrow Somendra Shaha from Bangladesh, and we have Gurjit from Himachal Pradesh, who will be taking us into aeroflying, paragliding, adventure of paragliding. Thank you. Thank you one and all. Stay safe, stay healthy. Please do fill the feedback form in YouTube as well as in the Zoom. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
In nutshell, it is going to be fabulous 5, day 5 of 8 days.
Wow.
You are keeping that
we didn't know
record.
that it's happening that way.
Yes.
Day 1.
No,
Santanu, sir, 1 minute.
4, tomorrow is fabulous 5. We are very lucky. Thank you very much.
And 1 minute, sir. I want to thank all my previous, speakers. Thank you, speakers, for enlightening us. It was a wonderful talk, especially with regard to the social psychology is concerned. And even the first talk, it was extremely good. I thank all of you once again. Thank you very much.
And I request Professor Hairul, sir, that we'll be in touch with you for our collaborative and exchange programs. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Lakshmi.
Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
Jai
Jai
Hind.
Hind.
Thank you.
Jai Hind. Jai Hind. Leave.